What's up, everybody? This is Karen and Reese, otherwise known as the Obsessive Wholesome Gamer, the O.C.G, and hopefully I'm live. The Elden Ring, and my cat's also live with Elden Ring. Give me that paw. Give me that paw. Game live. What up? Yeah, for right now, before I go down to the Lindell sewers, I'm just gonna go beat this fucker. I'm trying to get access to the final region, you know what I mean, the mountaintops of the giants. If I can get the last map fragment so I can get all that. A bit, yeah, but not very much. Back in the day on 360, I played the demo for Rainbow Six Vegas 1 and 2. Blessing of the Earth Tree. I mean, why not, man? Dude, I can't believe Xbox rose the prices. To $800. Like, they may as well have just fucking killed Xbox, man. Okay, I don't normally summon, but that's part of our quest line. I mean, hey, Xbox is already summoning, or already struggling. Let's fucking up the price. Like, it's getting bad, dude. Yeah. No, I think it's actually the third. I think it's the third price increase.
Graceless, tarnished.
Because first it was up to $550, and then it was $650, and now it's $8. So yeah, it's the third price increase in like a year.
Business with these thrones.
Yeah.
Godric the Golden. The twin prodigies, Mikola and Melania. General Radahn. Praetor Rykard.
He'll be next.
Luna Princess Rani. Willful traitors. All. Thy kind are all of a piece. Pillagers, emboldened by the flame of ambition. Have it writ upon thy meager grave. Felled by King Morgoth, last of all kings.
Ever got his giant attack delays. I don't know who my favorite boss in this game is. I'd have to think about it. But yeah, he is pretty cool. I like his sword too. Oh shit, wow, she took him down. Good for you, Millennia. Yeah.
Tarnished. Thou art but a fool. The Erd Tree wards off all who deign approach. We are all forsaken. None may claim the title of Elden Lord. Thy deeds shall be met with failure, just as I.
You sure about that? Yeah, I like the look of it. It's like, it reminds me of oil and water. Have you ever seen, like, oil at a car wash? Like water with oil in it and a car wash, it has that reflective hue in the water. Because the oil reflects light, and that's what his sword looks like. It was dipped in oil. You know what I'm saying? That Technicolor. I'm sure you've seen it.
Hello again, old friend. Allow me a moment to converse with you. You are unable to enter the Erd Tree, no? Prevented by the mantle of barbs. The thorns are impenetrable, a husk of the Erd Tree's being that spurns all that exists without. The only way to stand before the Elden Ring and become the Elden Lord is to pass the thorns. My purpose serves to aid in that very act. So I'd like you to undertake a new journey with me to the Flame of Ruin, far above the clouds, upon the snowy mountain tops of the giants. Then I can set the Erd Tree aflame and guide you down the path to becoming Elden Lord. I wish to journey with you once more to the Flame of Ruin, then, and guide you. I wish to the flame
Okay, just making sure.
and guide you.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they were bought by Sony because they had a hit multiplayer game, a live service game, and Sony at the time was trying to pivot to live service. So Sony thought, we're trying to do live service, so we're trying to do live service, so we should buy somebody that does live service well, that knows what they're doing. So they bought them for Destiny, and then the promise of Marathon, and then Destiny plummeted, and then Marathon plummeted. So now they bought a game studio that, you know, does not have any profitable games. And, yeah, this is the only time it rains. Which is cool. As far as I know, this is one of the only times it rains in Lindell's after you kill Morgott. And on top of which, Sony as a whole has now shifted away from live service. Well, I mean, they should. It was nothing but a massive fucking failure in every conceivable way. But that also means that the entire thing they wanted Bungie for, they did not. So yeah, the Bungie is probably toast, honestly. I would not be surprised if they completely shut Bungie down and reorganized all the team throughout Sony. I hope that's not the case, but yeah. Well, I mean, it's a shame. It's a shame, but it's also kind of what they get, man. The truth of the matter is, Destiny has not been good for a very long time. This didn't happen because all of a sudden. This didn't happen overnight. This happened over years. Destiny has been in decline for 2-3 years now. Before they were even bought by Sony, they were already in trouble. Which you think Sony would have checked that before buying somebody, but I digress. as soon as they started sunsetting content, that was kind of it for Bungie. I would say that they never ever fully recovered from that. Like, if you look, that's where Destiny 2 started going downhill. Because they did the final shape, and they did all those expansions, and the response to those expansions were meh. I'm trying to figure out how to get to that. Do you need, like, do creative jumping, or do I need to go around, or... Well, yeah. But a little bit, kind of too little too late kind of shindig, man. Ah, here we go. They fucked up. And, the community wasn't happy with them for a long time. Honestly, the beginning of the end was them leaving Activision. They had certain things in Destiny that I wasn't a fan of, and a lot of people assumed that was due to corporate greed from Activision, because Activision is a greedy SOB. So, I and many other people thought Celestial do that when they left Activision, they would become less greedy. And they didn't. I thought them leaving Activision was going to be a good thing. And then they got even greedier than when they were with Activision. It's like, okay, what the fuck? And they started charging like $50 for each expansion, like almost the price of a full fucking game for each expansion. And the expansions weren't even that good, man. Fucking Forsaken, which in my opinion, Forsaken is the best of Destiny 2. Forsaken was $30. And they were charging $50 for DLCs that weren't nearly as fucking good. Oh, man. And, so... their player count had been dwindling for years. The community had been dwindling for years. Ever since they decided to sunset content, they have been dwindling for years. They even did a Star Wars activity that they expected to get a lot of traction, and hardly anyone bought it. Although I would say that's also partially because Star Wars is not nearly as loved as it was either, so... yikes. As the kids say. So... the writing was on the wall, dude, for a while now. And... that's why I don't feel as bad for them, because people were not happy with them for some time, Alex. Yeah, I might as well go back to the round table hold. People were not happy for some time, Alex. For years, and they told the community as much. The community told Bungie as much. And they never course corrected. They just now, with this last update, did stuff that people have been asking for years. And that's what I'm saying, people have been asking for years. So, like, Bungie was luckier than a lot of other studios. Because they had years of time to turn it around, Alex. A lot of the time, your game will be going well, your game will be going well, your game will be going well, and then it's not doing well anymore. So, it's like... they had so many chances to right the ship, dude. And then, like, I don't even know what they were thinking, man. I don't know why they chose to do what they did with Marathon. It makes no fucking sense to me, man. First of all, it's Marathon in name only. It has so little to do with the original Marathon games that they might as well have not even named it Marathon. They literally could have called it something else. I don't even know why. And then it was just like, nobody fucking wanted a Marathon. And like, all the playtests came back lukewarm. All of the fucking like betas had low traction. And you know, they did like the opposite of what they should have done. Bungie's known for making a particular type of game, and they decided to make an extraction shooter, and not even a particularly good extraction shooter, in an incredibly competitive and crowded market. Okay, so you're going to step into a market that is incredibly saturated and has a lot of competition. You need to be delivering hits, okay? So, like, the general consensus, I've never heard anybody say that, oh, hey, Dustin, it's good to see you, man. I've never heard anyone say that Marathon was bad. I've consistently heard that Marathon was mid. And the problem with being mid is that when you're in a market that's incredibly saturated, mid is not good enough. If somebody wants to play an extraction shooter, dude, they're going to play fucking Escape from Tarkov, Arc Raiders, you know, Rust, kind of, it's more survival sim, but people, you know, frequently mention it. They're not going to play Marathon.
Well, you managed to return. You know what this means. The Earth Tree has spurned you. The fingers remain still shaken by this turn of events. They are busy consulting the greater will. When they are finished, the fingers will again offer their guidance. But thousands, if not tens of thousands, of moons must first pass. No matter for me, but you. How will you ever manage to wait? Heavens forbid. That is not the domain of mere men. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. And you say you seek the power of the Rune of Death too? The Rune of Death goes by two names. The other is Destined Death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation. Unleashing the rune now would be unthinkable. The fingers would never permit it. Nor would the greater will. But here we are. The fingers dormant, severing our link to the greater will. The realm and all life in ruins. Impossible events transpire beyond the ken of the fingers. Who is to say that the cardinal sin must be cardinal forever? Go on. Finish the job. Take the course you deem most worthy. You must find kindling. Only the smoldering flame in the great forge of the giants on the highest peak in the lands between can burn the Earth Tree. But special kindling is required to reignite the flame. For the flame to burn the Earth Tree, a sacrifice is needed. Of one who envisions the flame and can lead you to the Rune of Death. You must only decide special for the flame can lead. Now.
So It's the same thing that killed Concord, man. Everybody joked about Concord. But the truth of the matter is Concord wasn't even a bad game. It was just fucking mediocre.
You. What is it? If you're heading to the Forge of the Flame of Ruin, in the snowy mountaintops of the Giants, you'll need to find the Grand Lift of Road, beyond the Forbidden Region. Or go if you would. Take no heed of cardinal sin. The Two Fingers lost their purpose a long, long time ago. Oh, so that's where the so-called Lord of Blood was hiding himself, eh? A fitting little squat for that deluded maniac to bleat about the revival of his precious dynasty, while he turns our fellow tarnished into bloody fingers. Let him stay there. That way, his delusions will remain as they are, distant and unattainable, but perhaps it's worth looking into. If what I've heard is right, then maybe. My apologies. Lost myself for a moment there. The information you shared is of great value. As promised, your reward. And it is a wondrous thing indeed. You are a true fellow. All I ask is that you remain constant.
But yeah, dude, the whole thing is just fucked. But anyway, with the whole Concord, man, Concord wasn't even a terrible game. It was just mid, and it was coming into a place where it was coming into a place where most of the competition was free to play, like Marvel's Rivals, Overwatch 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Overwatch 1 now. Fuck me. So stupid. So if you're coming into if you're coming into a place that's heavy competition, if you're coming into a place that has heavy competition, man, you need to be delivering much, much better than the competition, especially if you're charging a price where they are not. So it's like, why would anyone in their right fucking mind pay $40 for Concord when they can play Marvel Rivals, a much better game, for free? Or Overwatch? They wouldn't. That's the thing. They would not. That's why they died. That's why Concord died. And yeah, GTA 6 had fucking record-breaking sales. They estimate 39 million copies were sold in pre-orders alone. They made $3 billion in revenue already. And honestly, with that's the first day, dude. I don't see the hype dying down after the first day, so it's gonna keep selling in the next 6 months. It's actually kind of fucking crazy when you think about it. I thought it was going to break $1 billion in 24 hours and become the first game to break $1 billion in 24 hours. And I was right. But I was also wrong. It already would have been the first game ever to break $1 billion in 24 hours. But it broke $3 billion in 24 hours. So, and that also goes to show you exactly what I said. Like, let's say the game was made for, you have people all over the map talking about the budget of GTA 6. With people saying it could cost as much as $2 billion, even though that's just a crock of shit, honestly. Okay? But even if the game costs $2 billion to make, even if the game costs $2 billion to make, it just made its budget back and then quite a bit in the first day. But I guarantee you, I honestly believe the budget for GTA 6 is about $500 million. Which would still make it the most expensive game of all time ever. But nowhere near close to $1 billion or $2 billion. That's where I would put the budget for 6. About $500 million. So, that's what I'm saying. And they made $3 billion in the first day, dude. If they had kept the price of 70, they still would have made a profit. And then there would have been a controversy over the price increase. Like, everybody and their mother was talking about GTA 6. Well, they probably will never say, Alex. That's the problem. Game developers don't talk about the raw numbers a lot. They don't want to let their competition know. So our speculation is probably the only speculation that we can ever have. I don't think Rockstar will ever come out and say the exact numbers. It's just a weird thing in the gaming industry. But, you know, regardless, like I said, all anyone was talking about is the $80 and all that bullshit. And if they had just kept the price at $70, like I said, they still would have made billions of dollars. They still would have made billions of dollars. And they would have had the controversy over the money. And people are like, oh, are they going to sell it? So... it's just totally unneeded. That's what I'm saying. They basically just did $80 because they could get away with it. It's clear that now they could have kept it at 70 and made more money than God. Well, that, you know, maybe that's true, dude. Maybe more people should be, though, man. Dude, I hate greed in all of its forms. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. It's funny. And I also just hate fucking unmitigated greed, dude. Unnecessary fucking greed. They look at it and they think, we're probably going to make billions of dollars off this game, but we still want more. That's what I'm saying. And I can't see why you don't have a problem with just somebody fucking you because they could. If you go to get your car serviced, man, if you go to get your car service, man, and they charge you a 10% markup just because they can, are you not going to be fucking pissed about that? Oh, okay, that's right. Going forward, Kit takes me to the Divine Tower. I forgot about that. Let me do that first. You know, and on top of which, dude, the gaming industry is in a really bad spot right now. Oh yeah, I forgot about this. Gaming prices are skyrocketing. Mass layoffs are occurring. So, like, gamers need a fucking break. Okay, well, that's basically the video game equivalent of saying they were just following orders. What? Wow. That's fucking lame. Wow, that's fucking lame. Yeah, well. You know, and on top of which, also, just throwing it out there, Rockstar's supposed to be the one setting trends, not following them. Gaming is in a fucking precarious position right now, Alex. I don't think you or many people understand the scope of the danger that gaming is in right now. We're well past the danger zone, dude. We're in the fucking critical red right now. People think that the gaming industry is in trouble, that the gaming industry is going down a slippery slope, and they think that we're slowly falling down. Like, oh, there'll be time to correct it. There'll be time. Okay? Gaming is in a much worse position than people realize. In the last 2 years, there have been more layoffs than the last 50 fucking years combined of gaming. Okay? And those years include the fucking gaming crash, when gaming nearly died. Okay? So we're now to the point where we're letting more people go than literally in 50 years combined. That's a problem. And so, we're letting go of thousands and thousands and thousands of workers. Let's say tens of thousands, because that's not an exaggeration. Gaming prices are becoming untenable for the average person. Maybe somebody like you, Alex, can afford gaming consoles and all this stuff now. The average consumer cannot afford a fucking $800 Xbox. They just can't. Gaming, collecting old games is now becoming... Yeah, see, and that scale, you don't understand. That scale is going to make it worse. You kind of made my point for me just now. Yeah, obviously there's more gaming people now than ever before, okay? That also means when the gaming industry collapses, it won't just affect the gaming industry. It's going to fuck up our whole economy. Right now, gaming is the highest earning entertainment venue. Over movies, over music. So when you take one of the highest earning mediums and then you kill it, it won't just affect the gaming industry. Like when the gaming crash in the 80s happened, it only affected the gaming industry. It will fuck our economy. It will be like the housing market collapse. The unemployment for the country will spike. That's what I'm saying. The fact that the scale is much greater now is bad. The gaming industry falling won't be isolated to the gaming industry anymore. Banks have fucking stocks in game companies. But what I'm saying is, people think that gaming is doing not well. That gaming is on a downslope. That, oh yeah, we're slowly falling down. We have our foot on the fucking gas right now. So what I'm saying is, right now, gaming is in a very, very, very bad place. Gaming consoles are quickly becoming unattainable for the common family, which is the majority of the user base. Most people aren't lucky enough to have money. Most people buying consoles are poor households. That's what they rely on. Gaming layoffs are worse than they've ever been. Getting old games is now a luxury due to scalpers. Yeah, I know, pirating and all that. But if you're going to emulate, you need a PC, which, oh, look, most people can't afford a PC now. So, Okay, so gaming consoles are quickly becoming unattainable, and I'm relisting them all. Forgive me. Mass layoffs more than we've ever seen. Old games are becoming unattainable, and normally the traditional alternative, pirate it, emulate it, whatever. Nobody can buy a fucking PC to emulate them. So that's not even really going to be an option. Gaming industry is in a fucking terrible place. And so the people who are running these gaming industries should... yeah, dude, and we were lucky that it did. We were lucky. Gaming could have ended right then and there, dude. It's not a guarantee that's going to happen this fucking time. Not to mention the fact, how many fucking people have to lose their jobs in this gaming crash? They'll be out of fucking work. That won't come back. People whose lives depended on the gaming industry. Like, it will ruin people's lives if the gaming industry collapses, man. Gaming is in an incredibly tenuous space right now. And the people running gaming should be doing everything they can to alleviate the burden. Because if the gaming industry falls, they are. And instead of doing what they can to help, they are trying to squeeze people for everything they're worth and making it fucking worse. So, you know, they're literally, these people running the gaming industry what? These people running the fucking gaming industry, dude, are pouring gasoline on the fire instead of helping to save it. Okay? That's what I'm saying. They're so concerned with the short-term gain, they're not seeing the long-term issue. And it will kill gaming. Yeah. Shit. Really? Fuck me. And then they put no fucking checkpoints right around there. So every time I gotta fucking... run all the way back. God. Okay, Alex. So... and they shut down PlayStation Network, and you can't buy your digital PlayStation games, what the fuck are you gonna do then? If Steam collapses, which will happen in a gaming collapse, and you can't purchase all your Steam games, what are you gonna do then? Imagine if literally there was no PlayStation Network, it collapsed. That would be part of what happens. And the majority of people buy their games digital, who then could no longer access what they bought. It's a bad situation, dude. Okay, dude, I'm getting angry at hypothetical situations. Dude, it's called making a fucking prediction. It's called reading the fucking writing on the wall, bro. It's bad. It's really fucking bad right now. And it's people that are not worried about it that are causing it to happen. People should take a fucking concern. You don't understand, dude, that when the gaming industry collapses, it's going to collapse quickly. By the time it starts happening, it will be too late to stop. By the time it starts happening, it will be too late to stop. So by the time anybody notices what's actually happening, it will be too fucking late. That's the problem. And people of like fucking Nvidia, dude, literally. People at fucking Nvidia, man, fucking disgust me. Nvidia should eat all the fucking dicks. Literally, Nvidia. I would say Nvidia might be my least favorite company in the world right now, game company. Or software company, since they don't like making game shit anymore. Okay? Nvidia literally made their entire company off of selling PCs to gamers. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. That's why they're fucking trash. Okay? Nvidia made their entire corporation, made their entire fortune off of gamers and selling gaming PCs. They did nothing else. They didn't sell PCs to companies. They sold PCs to gamers. That's what turned them into a billion-dollar company in the 90s. And so they literally made their company and everything that they are off of the backs of gamers. And now, not only did they then turn around and say, well, you know what, we're basically leaving the gaming market because it's more profitable in AI. We're going to do things that actively make it harder for gamers to game. So they literally turned their back on the people that made them, that created NVIDIA, and are now doing things that put gaming in jeopardy for everybody. It's like literally having somebody lift you up to the top of the mountain and then turning around and pissing on all the people that put you there. There would be no NVIDIA without gamers. And now they're doing things that put the future of PC gaming in jeopardy. It's the most, it's a huge fucking betrayal. Like, you know, OpenAI, okay, that's an AI company. That's what I'm saying. They were always AI. But NVIDIA literally wouldn't exist if it wasn't for gamers. Yeah, but they've straight up said they no longer care about selling GPUs to people anymore. They said they're not interested in selling to people anymore. They're interested in selling to actors, which literally saying selling to actors is just their dumbass fucking way of saying AI. Have you seen the fucking guy that runs NVIDIA? I forget his name, but it's this Chinese guy. He's the biggest fucking douchebag I've ever seen. I've been watching a lot of press conferences with him talking about it. And oh my god, dude, he is the most entitled, egotistical fucking prick. His name's Mark something? Well, that's not his real name. He comes from Hong Kong, but he calls himself Mark. And literally, he's sitting there talking to people at this press conference about AI, and he's expecting them to clap and suck his dick. And he's like, you guys can clap. You know that. You can clap, right? And crickets. Dude, it was fucking awesome. And then this guy was saying, you know, well, we can only sell so many computers. There's only 1 billion of us. Like, what? I'm sorry, do you think there's only 1 billion people walking the earth, bro? And then you have other dudes talking like fucking robots. There's this other guy who's selling AI. He's not for NVIDIA. But he's like, I think the humans will try to control AI. The humans. I'm like, dude, are you a fucking clanker? And that's the thing, though, man, is the prices keep going up. Prices keep going up. The prices keep going up, and there's no end in sight. So you were already fucking pissed about them raising the money. You're already pissed, dude. About them raising the money for your Apple stuff. What happens if they raise it another $300? And then another $300? Like, right now there is no limit to the price. That's the thing. So, it's, you know... Oh, boy. Whole thing is just a fucking mess, man. Like I said, and then Tim Sweeney, dude, is such a fucking stupid asshole. He's one of the biggest guys in the tech scene right now. He literally said that Fortnite has made $240 billion by itself. That's not counting all the money they made from Unreal 5. Because remember, every game made Unreal 5 with Unreal 5 gives Epic a cut. So they made $240 billion just off of Fortnite alone this generation. And then God knows how many billions of dollars off of all the games using Unreal 5. Where they get a flat percentage of the sales. So they have made $300, $400, $500 billion. I'm going to say with the sales of Fortnite and then all of the game sales they made, because like so many games use Unreal and like hugely profitable games. So they've made about $500 billion. They've made about $500 billion this generation. And they are now laying people off and increasing the prices of Fortnite battle passes because, well, he said we spent so much money that we're not profitable. And they spent money on stupid things like the fucking Rocket League racing game and shit like that. And spending. They just said, well, we've been making too many deals. And that's what I'm saying, dude. These fucking cocksuckers make stupid decisions, and they don't suffer for their decisions, Alex. The little guy does. Tim Sweeney somehow manages... fuck. Okay. Tim Sweeney somehow manages to run a company that made $500 billion at a loss when anyone else would have more money than they knew what to do with. He somehow manages to run a $500 billion company at a loss. And then rather than him saying, okay, I should scale back, and I should take less bonuses. You know, you're right, dude, but, okay, you're kind of getting it. I understand what you're saying, dude, but here's what I'm saying. Tim Sweeney took a $500 billion business and managed to run it at a loss. Okay? And rather than him saying, well, maybe we should cut our spending, we should stop spending money on stupid shit, or maybe I should take a cut to my bonus. Instead, he says, we've got to lay people off. And we've got to increase prices for you. So, he is the one who ran the company into the ground. But he is not having to pay for running the company into the ground. The employees that work under him are going to have to pay for him running the company into the ground. The people playing his games are going to have to pay for him running the company into the ground. So his stupidity is costing thousands of people their fucking livelihood. In what fucking world is that right, man? And when these companies, when these AI bubbles pop, uh, when this bubble pops, dude, this AI bubble pops, it won't be the corporate executives that suffer. When the AI bubble pops, dude, it won't be the executives that suffer. It'll be the lower employees. It'll be us. So we are paying their fucking bills. It's the same thing. It's the same thing, dude, with the fucking AI data centers. Nobody wanted the AI data centers. Everybody voted against the AI data centers. But we are paying for them with our fucking taxpayer money. And then, because they take up so much power, all of our power bills are going to go up. And they already have for many places. For something that we never fucking asked for in the first place. So we are footing the bill. We are paying for these AI data centers. You and I, any tax-paying citizen in the United States, is paying for these data centers that nobody wanted, and they're not going to see any of the benefit. These AI data centers are not going to help a single person outside of the fucking government. They're not going to help a single common person, and they're actually going to lose jobs. So our taxpayer money is being taken to take people's jobs. We're paying to lose jobs. So these fucking cocksuckers on Congress and Parliament can literally sit there and they can say, well, we decided that AI is the future. They can do something that nobody wants and then give us the fucking bill. Times are tough, you know? And every time we need money for something that the American people needs, well, we don't have the money. But when the government needs something, they somehow find the money. They found how many millions of dollars so that Trump could put reflective paint in the Pentagon pool? They found how much money to give to Ukraine to fight their fucking proxy war? They give billions of dollars a month to Israel. They literally, in Israel, they have free healthcare in Israel, dude. And we pay for it. The money that we give to Israel, the billions we give to Israel, is how they fund their free healthcare. So literally, my tax dollars, your tax dollars, your family's tax dollars, my family's tax dollars are funding the healthcare for citizens in Israel, while our own citizens are being told to go fuck themselves. So, every time. Yeah, add it to the fucking list. It's not waking up, dude. I've known all this, dude, but I'm saying that they are fucking us, and they're fucking us harder and harder and harder and harder and harder. And that's what I'm saying, dude. It's not like with GTA, dude. It's about where does the buck stop, okay? They will only fuck us as much as we allow them to fuck us. When do we collectively say, okay, you can't fuck me anymore. My ass is tired. It's your turn now. Bend over.
Think not of the kindling. I shall see to that. All I ask of you is to make the journey to the snowy mountaintops of the giants, far above the clouds. I know I'm asking you to commit a cardinal sin, but it must be done to reach the path beyond, and that is the path I wish to travel. What is your mind?
So, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's a death by 1,000 degrees. We let them fuck us a little more. Then we let them fuck us a little more. And then we let them fuck us a little more. It's not just, dude, it's a slippery slope. Gaming has been getting more and more egregious because we let them. it will only start getting better if we start saying no. You know? Everybody's gonna see the fucking price of GTA 6, and I guarantee you they're gonna try to make $80 the new norm. I know, I understand Mario Kart World did it first, but Mario Kart World was roundly rebuked and got a lot of shit for it. They didn't fucking flock to pre-order Mario Kart World in record numbers. And so then the pricing of gaming goes up. And then it goes up, and then it goes up, and then it goes up until we literally stop it. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. And if people stop buying new games, guess what happens? Gaming industry collapses. Hey, I forgot. I can be riding the horse around here. It's just the thing, dude. It's like, where does the fucking buck stop? That's my concern, bro. It's not just the thing that's happening now that you should be concerned about. It's what happens after. Yeah, but that's what I was trying to tell you, dude. That's the problem. That's the issue. Is by the time they decide to make a change, I think it'll be too late. They need to be making a change right now. That's the problem. They need to be changing now. And they think they can do it later. By the time they start making a change, it will be too late. When the gaming industry falls, it won't be a little, it'll be all at once. We're talking 0 to nothing. That's what I'm saying. It won't be this long, drawn-out thing where the market slowly withers and dies. It'll be done. Collapsed. Finito. Finished. It won't be a slow thing. And, okay, let me put it like this. When you jump off of a building, there's no stopping it. You're gonna hit the ground. We're hitting the fucking ground, dude. By the time they realize, oh my god, we fucked up, they'll already be off the building in the air. Too late. You're already fallen. You can't unjump off the building. That's what I'm saying. You know, dude, I want to be able to afford older games, legit copies of older games. I would like to be able to reasonably afford a fucking PC. I would love to be able to reasonably afford games again. It's a struggle for me to get any new games, dude. And that's just so fucking lame. What is basically the PC you have now? Okay. I'll have to watch that video sometime. I also heard people getting upset. There are actually people, dude, who got upset about, people don't like the Mountaintop of Fallen Giants. I think that's crazy. I was actually looking at a post where people saying a lot of people saying they thought the last area was lazy and sucked, and they didn't like the Mountaintop of Fallen Giants. I think it's crazy. I thought it was a really cool area.
Please, I can read them. Your fingers, please, your fingers. Turn back. Ahead lies the land of the giant's flame, and the way forth is forbidden. Hear me. The burning of the Earth Tree is the first cardinal sin. Doing so will unbind destined death and slay the world itself. Who would dare put you up to such a task? Most certainly not the fingers.
I mean, I love the fact that you enter the region. You enter the fucking region, dude. And go across a giant fucking chain. That's just cool as shit, honestly. Hold on, let me let my cat out. Yeah, I'm gonna keep you happy. Yeah, that fucking guy. Oh, hey, it's Shibari.
Finally, we meet. Oh my. Why the long face? I fear that you were previously acquainted with this vessel. Well, that is most unfortunate.
Yeah.
For he is dead. As for his flesh, he gave it to me. Shabriri, I hope you can make your peace with that. You were about to sacrifice something precious, the life of a fair maiden, that you would toss into the fiery forge, only so that you may be lord. What a horrible thing to ponder. Your ascendancy requires a sacrifice. whether she wishes it or not. But how would the Lord, crowned so, be looked upon?
I love how he's trying to morally grandstand, and if you know anything about the Lord Shabiri wants you to become the Lord of Frenzied Flame. So he's like, oh my god, how would it be looked upon if you killed this maiden? That would be so so evil. But I would like you to kill everyone!
Chosen, tarnished, and would-be Lord, dare to tread the path of true rigor. Spare the poor girl, and singe your own flesh in her stead. If you are prepared to show resolve and attain lordship through righteous hardship, then heed the words of
He's words with the Frenzied Flame.
Chosen, tarnished, descend into the depths far below the Erdtree capital. Seek audience with the three fingers and the flame of frenzy. If you inherit the flame of frenzy, your flesh will serve as kindling, and the girl can be spared, setting you on the righteous path of lordship, the path of the Lord of Chaos. Burn the Erdtree to the ground and incinerate all that divides and distinguishes. Ah, may chaos take the world. May chaos take the world. Chosen, descend and seek audience.
What are you saying about it being a peaceful guy, Alex? Chaos, take the world! Ah!
There is something I'd like to say. My purpose was given to me by my mother, but now I act of my own volition. I have set my heart upon the world that I would have, regardless of my mother's designs. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of that, not even you.
I love how she's like, I won't let anyone. Let me? Let me? Okay, bitch. You can't stop me, bro. Okay, now really quickly, I'm going to go back to the Mogwai Dynasty. The only thing I will say about the Mountaintops of Fallen Giants that I don't really like is there's a large spike in difficulty when you get there. Enemies dramatically jump up in level. Oh, fuck. And it's really easy to die from them cocksuckers. Oh yeah, let me look at the other rune of grace that I got. Margot's rune. What it does, I forget. Greatly raises maximum HP, raises all attributes. Yeah, you know what, let's try using his. not gonna sit here and grind a crazy long time. I'm just gonna get up to another 1,000,000 so I can bump up my vigor. And then maybe I'll complete this area. Because you have to for the DLC anyway. No, I have not. I haven't explored outside the starting parts of the region. Yeah, I will. Or at least I'll do 100% of everything that's not evil. Going all in, yeah. Well, it's just also they greatly improved the DLC. When at launch, there was parts of the DLC that were super unbalanced. You needed to get a shit ton of the Shadow Tree fragments just to stand a chance. And then a lot of the bosses were still unbalanced. They tried to make it hard enough to challenge people who had played. They tried to make it hard enough to challenge people that had played Elden Ring a shit ton, and I think they overdid it. Because they're like, well, it's gonna be people who played the base game a lot anyway. Damn it. No biggie, I don't give a fuck. And I get what they were trying to do. That they were trying to challenge people who had already played the base game. But I think they overdid it. They overcorrected and made it borderline bullshit in places. And the reliance on yeah, fuck them. Those are the people that actively make me stay away from the Souls community. But, and I just, honestly, I don't really like the entire concept of the Shadow Tree fragments anyway. I get what they were trying to do. A lot of people will play FromSoft games, and they'll come into the DLC over leveled. They've just played so much of the base game, and they'll just run through it. So they wanted to make it so that you couldn't be over leveled for the DLC. But the system just wound up not being good, in my opinion. Because one of the brilliant parts of Elden Ring, one of the things that made Elden Ring more accessible, made it the one of the things that I really hate about one of the things about Elden Ring that made it the most accessible Souls game and had the most people beating it was the way that it was open. so that when you beat your head against the wall, you could do something else and come back. There's a thing I call it in the Souls games called hitting the wall. You get to a point where you get to a really tough challenge. They throw down the gauntlet, and you either overcome it or you give up. And that's where most people who bail in Souls games bail, is right there. And most people who get into the Souls games get over that wall. One of the things that Elden Ring did was, because of the scope of the game, because of how much there was to it, and you could do most things in any order, you had freedom. In the typical Souls games, you would get to the first big roadblock and there was nothing else to do. You'd just be bashing your head against the wall with that boss. And that's the only way to progress. But with Elden Ring, you get to that wall, typically it's, Margit, outside of Stormvale, but whatever. You get to that wall, and there's ways to progress. Okay, I'm bashing my head up against this boss here, and it's driving me crazy. So I'm going to go over here and do other stuff, and then come back when I'm over-leveled. And that allowed a lot of people who wouldn't normally play these games to play this. Because instead of being forced to overcome this huge hurdle, they could go and do something else and compensate. And it also, just from a gameplay perspective, gives you a lot of freedom and replayability in what order you tackle things. So it was a beautiful system. But the problem with Shadow of the Erdtree, you pretty much need to get every single fucking fragment to progress. If you do not get every possible fragment that you could get at that moment, you're gonna have a bad time. So it makes you collect one specific thing and all of them. Okay? If you want to have any chance against fucking Consort Radahn, you need all of them. Even with all the fragments, I beat Radahn. Even with all of the fragments, is still a fucking bitch. So it's you need to get every single thing just to stand a chance, and there's no leeway. Maybe if they made it so there was more fragments than you needed, there'd be leeway. There's not. I think there's exactly 20 fragments, and you're gonna need fucking all of them. So, they've made it slightly better. How many levels up can I do? Wait a second. Let me grind it a little bit more so I can get to 130. So it loses some of the flexibility that made Elden Ring special. And then there were some bosses that were just bullshit. They have made it better because they nerfed the bosses that were bullshit, and they are substantially better now. And then they also made it so that there was more fragments, slightly more, and that the fragments give you more boost early. So you don't need to collect as many in the beginning to get a boost. So it is a lot better now. And I do want to say, the DLC overall is much, much better now. It's the worst parts have been nerfed, and the shard tree, they didn't get rid of the fragments, but they made them a lot more manageable. You get them a lot quicker. Hold on, let me open up the page, and it tells you on the actual Extra Life page how exactly they changed them in the patch, and you can see they made it a big difference. So the DLC is good, and it's just kind of a shame. It was a shame because the actual DLC is incredible. I don't think I'm being exaggerating when I say that it is FromSoft's probably like their best designed areas ever. Like, it is the pinnacle of FromSoft. They were making Elden Ring, and they had never made an open world game before, and obviously, like, they had a bunch of experience with Souls-likes. They made the genre, but going open world changed everything. And so they did a tremendous job, but there's still a lot of rough edges in Elden Ring because they never had any experience. There's no blueprint. So they were able to take into account all the feedback that people gave them and all the experience they had from making Elden Ring and put it into the DLC, and it's phenomenal. It may be like the best design of any FromSoft thing ever. And, you know, and there's some really fucking incredible bosses, man, in the DLC. And the sheer amount of new weapons that they give you is fucking awe-inspiring, dude. There's like 15 new classes of weapons. And even weapons in the existing types are dramatically different. Like, the sheer amount of toys that they give you to play with are fucking incredible. And there's things that now should become standard in every other FromSoft game. Like the light greatsword is fucking incredible. The backhanded blades, the martial arts. So, like, the DLC is really fucking good in a lot of ways. It's just that the fragment tree shit, and then the OP bosses that are kind of unfairly balanced, kind of put a damper on a lot of the greatness, and it's a shame. Because it is really good. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, that's right. I forgot I have a new talisman pouch. I forgot I got the fourth one. And then you went in on, like, New Game Plus 3, and that just made it exponentially worse on you. Okay, I'm trying to get a grasp of the things that I haven't done. Okay. Oh, you know what, for right now, let me just continue in this area. Ah, fucking wizards, dude. Always fucking wizards, man. Although in this area, I think I might actually just be better off using the katana. Which way do I want to go? Let's go this way. Hey, don't I get... Yeah, don't I get invaded in this area? I think I'm... Yeah. Nameless White Mask, yeah. Oh, yeah, another golden seed. Nice! What? Seriously? Am I getting fucking invaded again? Yeah, I am. Okay. Oh, come on! At least it can hurt him, too. My god, what the fuck, bro? Jeez. And fuck them. It is pretty brutal, yeah. Welcome to it. We're in the end game, man. You ain't seen nothing yet, bro. Coba. shit! Whatever, I don't give a fuck. Oh, hey, I kept my, nice, I kept my echoes, because I, twigged on, drank on my flask. And thankfully the invaders don't come back. Oh, wait. You know, the sad thing, Alex, is like, I see this river of blood, and most people are like, oh my god, river of blood. I'm just happy that it doesn't poison you. So, I'll take the wins where I can get them. So I'm like, for sure, he's actually gonna do like vile blood, and it's gonna be poison blood, isn't it? And I'm like, oh, okay, it's not poison. Like, small fucking miracles. Yeah, well, I have my twig thing, fuck. Oh, and then it dies. And then it dies through the fucking... Oh my god. What do you think the people in this region are weak to elementally, Alex? Do you think it'd be, like, holy? Because I have holy grace I could be plopping on. I'm looking up right now. Yeah, they're called large sanguine albinarics. Okay, it's on the wiki. Yeah, holy damage, lightning damage. Okay. No, you're right, but you know, you never know. Holy grease! Oh! Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I can add charges to flasks. Oh, flask charge is already at maximum. Sweet. Okay. It's all the flasks, and then I still think there's more sacred tears. Yeah, I need one more sacred tear. My flask will max out. Oh yeah, boy. Okay, I'm gonna wait until I can get my. Oh, I'll hold off on that. Let me try and see how I fare against the enemies in this region. I guess we'll take it from there. Really, bro? Okay, I seem to be doing okay. I remember when I first played this game, I came to this region, I had a really hard time with these fuckers. Oh. Ah, you bitch. Okay. You got a lot to look forward to, Dustin. Right at your asshole. Race it. Let me quickly check what the softs and hard caps are in this game. It's been a while. Okay, so 60 is really the soft cap, major soft cap for Vigor. Soft capped at 50 and 60. FP 50, 30, 50, 15, 30, 50. Okay, hold on a second. I have to use the bathroom real quick and then let the cat in. Can't make up her fucking mind. Can't make up my mind. There we go. Alright, Echo, if you're gonna do this, you're gonna hop up here, hop up here. Like 20 minutes because she hopped up here for 5 seconds and hop back down. Like, seriously, cat? What the fuck do you want from me? Run. Uh, I forget the name of them. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Okay, I am gonna go back to Mog's Palace. I'm gonna grind a little bit. I want to get my vigor to 60. That's my next main thing, and then I never have to worry about vigor again. That's the hard cap in vigor. And I'm gonna need that extra health for all these in-game regions. Mog's Palace, the rest of Mog's Palace, the mountaintops of the giants, the Holik Tree. They're all gonna have enemies that hit like a truck, so I just need that for that. My channel's been growing at a reasonable clip, too. It's cool. I'm now at 506 subs. So, that's a weird thing I've seen about YouTube is, like, you hit caps, you hit ceilings, and it's really hard to hit them. Like, several times I've hit, like, I stuck at 250 forever. It took me forever to get to 400. Then it took me, like, forever to get to 500. But then once you get past those ceilings, you gain subscribers quickly. It's fine, Dustin. It's not a big deal. And also, you were asking me if I slept, Alex, and the answer is yes. I've been getting up at like 8 or 9 p.m. lately. So, I get up at like 8 or 9 p.m. and I crash at like noon, 1-ish, 1 p.m.-ish the next day. Yeah, well, trust me, it can be worse. It can always be worse, and it can be just as bad in the other direction. I don't suffer from sleeping too much, I suffer from sleeping not enough. Let me tell you, it's fucking miserable. I'll be so fucking tired that keeping my eyes open is torture, and I still won't be able to fucking sleep. And so you're too tired to do anything, but you're too awake to go to sleep. I don't really have issues sleeping enough. I've always had issues not sleeping enough. I've had like weeks where I only slept an hour or two a day. And so that entire week I was perpetually sleep deprived and fucking fucked up. I've gone so long without sleep I've gotten delirious. Like I've actually, at my worst bit of insomnia, literally was seeing things that weren't there from fucking sleep deprivation. So, oh hey Philippe, it's good to see you, man. And even when I do sleep, I have trouble finding restful sleep. Quality of sleep is a thing. People think that like sleep is sleep. That's not true. Like, depending on how often, hold on, Philippe. I can't see your whole text. I will look it up just 1 second. As soon as I get in a spot where I'm not in danger. Quality of sleep is a real thing. And so even when I do sleep, the quality of my sleep is not good. I toss and turn very often. And I don't get a lot of deep sleep. So even when I sleep, I'm tired. I am almost perpetually fucking sleep deprived. In fact, I once, when I used to go over to my friend's house a lot, asshole friends, but I used to go over to their house a lot as a teenager, I had one of the friends ask me, do you ever sleep? I'm like, what do you mean? And it's like, you are literally awake when I go to sleep, and you're back up before I get up. Because like the whole like week that I was over at this dude's house, I almost never slept. And also, the consequence of that is that my sleeping schedule is not consistent. Not at all. I sleep when I'm able to. I am almost never able to have a consistent schedule. For most of my entire life, I have tried to sleep at an even schedule, because everybody says, oh, a schedule's good for you. I can't. My schedule's all over the fucking place. And despite my best efforts. So I'm 30 years old now. I've never been able to maintain a consistent sleeping schedule for longer than 2 weeks. Oh, hold on, sorry. Maintain a consistent sleeping schedule for longer than all what you said. Yeah, okay, you said, you know the girl that got beat up in Texas, which one? I don't like taking things to make me go to sleep. I don't like the way it makes me feel like I'm forced to go to sleep. But no, I haven't heard about that. Oh my god. Yeah, let's free the kid that killed somebody. Dude, all the fucking people that are supporting Carmelo need to get their fucking head checked. Yeah, they're probably gonna label it a hate crime. Those offenders are gonna get the maximum sentence. Like, they probably can justifiably call it like a hate crime, and that carries a much harsher sentence for every charge. And you know what? What the fuck is it with people now grouping up on somebody, man? That is the most pussy fucking behavior. Okay? You fight a man, you fight a woman, you fight fucking one-on-one, dude. I have never in my entire life grouped up on somebody with somebody else, ever. Ever. I would never dream of doing it. Jesus. Yeah. Well, see, I would say that it was a racially motivated crime, Fleep. I would say that it was a racially motivated crime, but we all know that black people can't be racist, apparently. That's, I don't know if you knew that. Black people, it's physically impossible for them to be racist. Like, there's a law in the Constitution, apparently, that black people can't be racist. And obviously, in case it wasn't clear, I'm joking. A piece of shit is who? It is, yeah. It is horrible. There's a special spot in hell for the people that beat on the elderly. And the weak and the infirm. Beating an elderly person is like beating a little kid. Doesn't sit right with me. I'm right there, I don't give a fuck. Just trying to grind out enough souls so I can level my vigor up to 60. And max it out, because I'm going to need that extra HP going forward. You're the cute kitty, I love you. Like I said, dude, it used to be 2 men would get in a tussle, and that was it. End of the story. Started and it ended. Right then and there. You would have a fight, you would settle your differences, and then it's over. Now, you get into a fight with a guy, you're afraid they're gonna draw a fucking gun on you, or a weapon. You get into a fight with a guy. Oh god. You get into a fight with a guy, and you're worried he's gonna have his friends come and beat you later. It's not, you know, I miss the days of dudes just settling shit one-on-one, man. You had a problem with the guy, you take it outside, you beat each other's ass. Didn't matter who won, who lost, problem was over. Now, like I said, it's like, oh, I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna shoot you, or I'm gonna beat you with my friends. And also, Philippe, did you know that women are incapable of committing violence? That's also a thing that the leftists and liberals are saying, that women aren't violent offenders, it's men that are violent. Never mind the fact that lesbian relationships have the highest rate of domestic violence. Literally, they did a study, and lesbian relationships have the highest rate of domestic violence of any type of marriage. They have like twice the domestic violence rate of a relationship between a man and a woman, and the actual relationships that have the lowest rate of domestic violence are gay relationships with 2 men. Out of all the relationships in the U.S., the relationships with the lowest rate of domestic violence is 1 gay man and another gay man. So, literally, they're sitting there saying, you know, that domestic violence is a man problem. It's men doing it. And literally, the highest domestic violence rates are lesbian couples. 2 women. And in fact, my aunt, my still surviving aunt, my other aunt died, but my surviving aunt, my dad had 2 sisters. She was in an abusive lesbian relationship that almost killed her. She had a woman that stalked her. She was her ex-girlfriend, and she was fucking crazy. She had to take out multiple restraining orders, and she beat the shit out of my aunt. And people turned a blind eye to it for years, because, oh, it's a woman. So I've straight up seen lesbian domestic violence in action. Thankfully, she got away from her. She hasn't seen her in years. She got with a girl that treats her right. Now she's good. But I have straight up seen, like, she chased her across states. Went to prison and got out and came after her. Like, the worst domestic violence I have ever seen was a woman going after another woman, by the way. But yeah, sure. Or then they're just like, women aren't violent. Look at women's prisons, man. Women aren't violent around men because they know that men could lay their fucking ass out. If women can get away with being violent, if they think there's somebody they could take, they will. So that's why you don't see a whole lot of women beating on men cumulatively, because they know that, well, if I beat a guy, there's a very good chance he could lay my fucking shit out. But when between women, physical altercations happen all the fucking time. Literally, and they found in female prisons, entirely female prisons, that the rate of violence was like identical to the rate of violence in men's prisons. Okay? So like, if women are around other women, they're beating the shit out of each other. Same with rape. Rape is just as prevalent in female prisons. They just don't talk about it. And that's because there's a double standard with women. Like, literally there's a double standard in the law. They consider female rape to be different than male rape. So, like, say in prison, woman forcibly fists another woman. They actually consider that a lesser type of rape because it's not a penis. Literally, there's a literal law double standard for rape, where it's literally automatically lesser if it's a woman raping another woman. I forget what they call it, but there's a legal distinction. Whereas, like, no, dude, rape is rape, dude. Doesn't matter if you're putting a dick in somebody. Doesn't matter if you're using your hands. If you're forcibly inserting a part of your body into somebody else, that's fucking rape, bro. There should not be any distinctions there. Like, oh yeah, her vagina got pounded into oblivion, bloody, needed stitches, but it wasn't a dick that did it, so it's cool, right? Like, her pussy stitches are stitches, and that's what I'm saying. But legally, in certain states, not in certain states, in certain countries, female rape doesn't even exist. In the UK, there's no legal precedent for female rape. It literally doesn't exist. A woman cannot be charged with rape in the UK. Seriously. Look it up. It's fucking crazy. Even though, like I said, in female prisons in the UK, it's happening. Okay, hold on, let me check and see how much levels up I can do. What actor passed away? I've heard of a couple passing away lately. My mom made a great point that actors always seem to pass away in threes for some reason, like celebrities, musicians, it's never just one. It's eerie how many times it's happened. Almost. I tell you what, I found out some stuff about Conor McGregor. I gotta look into it. I gotta look into it. But, Conor McGregor might be kind of rapey. He was, found guilty by a civil court of, sexual assault and had to pay like $200K in damages. And he was with this woman in a hotel room. And after having sex with him, she says that he raped her. Yeah, she said he raped her. And she went to a physician immediately after. So it wasn't a case of, that's true. It wasn't a case of, 10 years down the line, she goes to the doctor and she says, oh my God, he raped me. Or she, makes a suit. She went, apparently this chick that Conor McGregor attacked, allegedly, went to the doctor right away, like that day. And the doctor, and it's documented. I was looking into this. I haven't looked into it all the way, but I was still seeing it. It was documented. The doctor said he'd never seen a more serious case of sexual battery. And apparently she had a tampon in, and that tampon was so, like, up in her from the pounding, which sounds crass, but whatever, that they needed forceps to remove it. And the physician literally said he'd never seen that before. So, I'm going to have to do more digging into it, because I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. But with the fact that she has medical records, with the fact that Conor McGregor admitted they were in the hotel room together, with the fact that she went to the doctor right away, she didn't just 10 years later make a post on social media, I think he might have done it. I'm actually leaning towards he did it. And if so, man, fuck him. People think that because I come out against false allegations that I'm somehow on the side of men. No, any guy who rapes a girl is a fucking piece of shit that shouldn't walk this earth. Rapists should be fucking murdered. They deserve to be under the jails, okay? just because I don't, you know, I want to sound the alarm on false accusations doesn't mean that I take rape itself as a joke. It's not. It's very serious. And any guy that does that, or any kind of sexual harassment, because, you know, there's stalking, there's groping, like, it's a spectrum. Any guy who does any of that is a fucking piece of shit. And, you know, I used to like Conor McGregor. He's got that Irish spirit in him, but if he actually did that, you know, and like I said, dude, there's like no way in that situation that looks good on him. So he said that it was consensual, but goddamn, dude, even if it's consensual, you fucking pound her so hard that her fucking tampon needed to be removed with fucking forceps. So like best case scenario, you were so rough on her that you did, like, permanent damage to somebody. I can't excuse that either. So, like, best case scenario, it's sexual abuse. Worst case scenario, it's full-on grape. So, you know, that just kind of shocked me, because this apparently happened in 2024. I had not heard about this. And it recently resurfaced because Conor McGregor was on the Jimmy Fallon show, and people were like, Jimmy Fallon, what the fuck? Are you having him on the show? And because Jimmy Fallon says he's very left-leaning, so it's like, why would you have a dude that's done it? Plus, he actually went to court. And, you know, Conor McGregor had the best lawyers money could buy. Of course he did. And the judge found him liable. And found him, you know, did it so he actually did go before court. And, you know, like, there's instances where people get railroaded. But it really does seem like he had the best legal counsel money could buy, and he was still found guilty of that, which he didn't serve jail time because it was civil court, but they still found, like, hey, you were clearly did this. So, I don't know, man. It's fucked up, dude, because I respected him. And if he did it, which I'm kind of leaning towards that he did do it, then he's a fucking piece of shit. And I have nothing but contempt for him in my heart. So, I thought it was kind of crazy that didn't get more traction. I hadn't heard about that, because Conor McGregor's a big name. Yeah. And also, there's still just a very clear imbalance. There's also very clearly a sexual imbalance where women predators are not considered as seriously as male predators. I just recently there's this woman in Texas, somewhere around there, who is now in trouble for molesting like 3 boys. She's their teacher, and the article still said for having sex. Yeah. And the article still says she had sex. Yeah, they were hurt in the making of that, dude. That's what I'm saying. It was still wrong. That's the thing, dude. Still wrong. She's still their fucking teacher. You don't fuck your students, man. And you especially don't fuck your minor students. No, Well, we're gonna have to agree to disagree on that, Philippe. Yeah, but it's an abuse of trust, man. And you know as well as I do that if it was a male teacher who gangbanged like 8 women, female students, that you would have a very different attitude, and most people would. If you took the exact same situation and you turned it to a guy banging multiple females at his school, it would not be okay. There is a huge fucking double standard. But see, that's the thing. Why is it different? That's what I'm saying. It shouldn't be different, dude. I was molested by this female dude. I was molested by a chick. It was 23. I was 16, and it did tremendous damage to me that I'm still dealing with. Now it's been like fucking 14 years since then. And everybody told me I was lucky, and like, yeah, you don't even know the mental issues that I fucking went through over that shit. And she wasn't my teacher. Like, it's an abuse of trust. You're abusing your position. You were put in a position to look after and steward children. And, you know, you shouldn't fuck your students. You shouldn't fuck your students. There we go, finally. Okay. Vigor's maxed out. That's pretty much the hard cap. Now. You know, and the law, you know, the problem with the law is that people are trying to use the law in half measures. Okay, the law has to apply to everybody or it applies to nobody, and that's what we're saying. We're literally saying, okay, well, you can get away with this crime, and you can't, okay? Either everybody gets the stick or nobody gets the stick. That's the thing. So, okay, there you go. You can tell I'm taking a lot more damage. Okay. I will also say that these enemies are exceptionally damaging, Dustin, just for the record. The one area, like you're saying that like nobody got hurt, the one area I will say where nobody got hurt is the fucking chick on the police force. I forget her name. She went viral for fucking all of her commanding officers and fucking everybody in the police force. And she wound up like getting fired and then suing. Oh shit. Suing the fucking police force, and she won. And like, dude, those were police officers and they were all fucking adults, man. Like, if they want to pass her around like a Chinese fucking finger cuff, cool. But those were all adults. And she should not be able to literally fuck them. She did it consensually. Nobody threatened her, nobody bullied her, nobody tried to get anything. And she was able to sue the police department and win. That's fucking bullshit, dude. You made the poor choice to be slutty. Okay? And like, I can't, like, there's so many women that use the fucking principle of rape after the fact, like it's a plan B, like they can't handle the shame for being slutty, so rape. Like, oh, you know, like you were cool, you can't, well, yeah, but I mean, she was an adult. So, like, are we gonna say that she had no agency in the fucking? She freely consented to being fucked. Like, maybe I can understand if fuck. Maybe I can understand if she wasn't into it, man. She was. She chose to do it. Also, I will say that this ruin is especially tough, Dustin. You still there, Alex, or you just zonked out of the conversation, man? You just went quiet, Alex, or have you just vanished? God, these guys fucking suck. Yeah, fuck. Like, the rest of the fucking... Not all the enemies are this level of toughness. These guys are always a pain in the ass. It makes you feel any better. Actually, I think there's a reason for why they're so tough. Hold on. Let me look it up. Oh well. Let's change the topic to something less grim. I don't want to make my streams are meant to be something that makes people happy, makes them forget about the bullshit in their life. And I know all I'm doing is making people think of the bullshit in life, so let's just move the topic of conversation to less contentious shit. Okay. So I didn't upset Alex. If he just fell asleep or if he just got busy. I hope that's the case. God damn it, these dudes. Okay. I'll come back to these fuckers later. Really, bro? Yeah, dude. That's one of the really cool parts of this game. You have this giant chain you have to run across here. Yeah, see, these flame guys are irritating, but they're not nearly as hard as those fucking Zamor warriors. Oh, hey, is that... Oh, is that a catacomb, or... Oh, let me get it on the map, at least. Yep, okay, it's catacombs. Hold on, let me get the Site of Grace. I'm not gonna do it right now. Oh, hey, there's a... death root here. Nice! Yeah, I would not get it for PC. I would get it for consoles. It's good on PS5. They didn't give the PC ports the same attention. So if you have a PS5 or a PS4, I would suggest getting it. If not get it on PC. I've been playing San Andreas on PS5, and it's been great so far. Most of the problems are fixed. There's always going to be still a couple lingering issues, but I'd say it's in a good place now. It wasn't at launch, but it is now. So if you can get it on PS5, I'd recommend that. Now, like I said, it's not perfect, but it's in a good enough state for me to recommend. And it's funny, I've only explored just the tip of this region. Like the Field of Fallen Giants, or the Mount of the Fallen Giants. It's huge. I'm like right here, just on the initial path. That's before it opens up. This massive area here and this massive area here. So this is just, I'm still basically in the entryway of this region. And like, this area is deceptively large. It seems like it would be one of the smaller regions, but it's not. It's just super vertical. As you can see, there's multiple tiers. So it's not as wide as the other regions, but it's taller, spreads more upwards vertically than horizontally.
To think we'd meet in such a place. What could your purpose possibly? No. I know well enough who you are. And what I know is good enough for me. Call upon me again, in battle, should you have the need. I'm searching for a fort to the north of the ruins. I heard the master of the fort was given a medallion that allowed him to visit the Halig tree. Indeed, I believe that is where Melania will be found. The Halig tree is hidden somewhere in these northern lands. I'm searching for a fort. I heard the master...
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. It is. They're like ghost trees. And you can see ghost animals too. It has to do with the spirits of the fallen giants. I forget the term, but they actually have a phenomenon. It is cool. In this game, this region is one of the most desolate. The giants used to live here, and the giants were wiped out in the Civil War many thousands of years ago. So this, in the context of the lore, this region is long, long abandoned. And see, then there's an entire huge snowfield down there you have to unlock separately. So what you're seeing here is one tiny section. I'm still in the chunk. There's a much bigger section here, and then there's a huge section, snowfield down there. And then from there, you go to the game's post-dungeon. Well, technically you can do it before you beat the game, but it's not meant to be done before you beat the game. Called the Holig Tree. Holig my balls! Like, the final post-game dungeon in this game is fucking enormous. It's a giant tree, obviously, but it's got... You start at the roots. You start at the very top and work your way down. It's got a big city at the base of the tree. Here we go. See what I mean? Like, you can see how layered this area is. Even this area looks small, but there's like 3 different layers. Oh, do I want to come up here yet? Oh, actually, no. Hold on. I want to focus on getting the map uncovered first. Of course, it also makes this area a little bit trickier to navigate than the others because there's so many vertical layers. Layers, donkey! Layers! Ah, really? I also need to find the last couple of mines in this area. That's where you get stuff to max out your weapons. And there's a golden seed, even though I don't need it. I've already maxed out my charges. But that's a good thing, because there's more seeds than you need. Giving you some flexibility in where you find them. That's another thing I really like about Elden Ring. So all the regions are very different. Every single region feels very different than the one that leads to it. And open world games, if you're not careful, they can feel kind of samey. That's not the case. The difference in the different regions is vast. The color palette, the enemies, the look. If every area in your world looks the same, then you can kind of lose that sense of discovery, and that sense of discovery is key to a more open world game, so it's good to have tons of variety. And here's a giant ice lake. And there's a giant dragon down here, which see is a huge ice lake, but then you see there's many layers of mountains, which I'm going after, but I'm not gonna fuck with the dragon. Not right now. Right now my focus is getting Dark Dominion a little bit, but I haven't played it. Oh, here's another cave. Okay. I have plenty of stone sword keys. Spirit Caller Cave. Okay. I'm not coming here right now. Let me just mark it. Get the Site of Grace. I can come here. Well... let me try to take on this dragon. I need to do it anyway, plus it gets rid of the fog in the area. Ah, it's funny. Well, we knew AI games were coming. The good news is if they come and they fail, then it'll get the message across. Yeah, but everybody knows that those bots are bots. So I don't think it's fooling anybody. Google has had a problem with bot reviews for a while now, though. For far longer than the actual fucking AI crisis. Like, Google's had a problem with bot reviews for, like, the last 10 years. So So people are discerning enough, they can pretty much spot the spot reviews. I don't think those good reviews are going to fool anybody. Yeah! Suck it! Fuck you, dragon! All my homies hate dragons. And thankfully, killing him gets rid of the fog in the area, making it to see. Otherwise, you can't hardly see what you're doing. There's a church. I think I might get the last sacred tier I need there. You can increase your flask, I think, up to 14 uses, what you allocated for. It's up to you whether you how much you allocate between the red and blue flasks. But you can only have 14 charges, and then you can increase how much you replenish with each use. You can replenish how much you can increase how much you replenish with each use, and that's what the sacred tiers are for. Boom. So now with that, I should be able to max out my flask.
Spoken echoes of Queen Marika linger here as well. Shall I share them with you? In Marika's own words, hark, brave warriors. Hark, my Lord Godfrey. We commend your deeds. Guidance hath delivered ye through each ordeal to the place ye stand. Put the giants to the sword and confine the flame atop the mount. Let a new epoch begin. An epoch glistening with life. Brandish the Elden ring for the age of the Erd tree. We're almost there. The flame of ruin lies just ahead. I'm glad it was you I traveled with. I must tender my thanks to Torrent, too. Thank you. Torrent, please continue to lend your aid. Till the end.
Oh no, okay, apparently I can increase it more than just 10. Interesting. Oh well. I still made an improvement. An improvement's an improvement. It might be plus 12. If I could have been mistaken. I think so. I thought it was 10, but I think it might be 12 now. Like 12 was max for the plus, I think. Oh, hey, Evergall. I'll have to remember. Right now I'm just trying to get the map fragment filled out. That's my main concern. And I keep getting sidetracked. But yeah, did you see the price increase for Xbox, Dustin? In August, they're going to increase the price of the base Series X to $800. Like, they are basically killing Xbox with this. I just, every time I think that Microsoft has figured out the course of action, they do something fucking stupider. Like, they just keep making it worse, man. Microsoft is going to increase the price of Series X's $800 starting in August. And now the Series S is going to be $500. The price of Series X was originally. And they are basically signing Xbox's death warrant with that. Okay. Not going through here yet. Just want to get it on the map. Yeah, this will be the third one. And like, if your systems are struggling to sell, which Xbox systems are struggling to sell, the last thing you need is a price increase. Like, yeah, we were having a hard time moving these earlier, but, you know, a price increase should make the sales better. Oh, hey, Stone Sword key, nice. Oh, if I can just pop that, it would fall down. That has a special move in it. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, maybe... Stood on it for a second there. See, now you can actually see the graves of the giants where they died. Finally. Hold on. And see now, yeah. That's the final main game dungeon, Tumbling for Mausla. It's a giant place in a fucking tornado. It's the coolest thing ever watching it go around. There's a specific way you have to go to get to the consecrated snowfield. Castle Soul. Okay. Alright. I'm headed. Yeah, there it is right there. It's Castle Soul. Oh yeah, also. Oh, god damn it. I also think the katana that a lot of people recommend using, I'm gonna try using, is Rivers of Blood. It's here. In this region. It's like one of the most recommended weapons in the game. People got annoyed because like everybody wanted to use Rivers of Blood and I never really used it. So that I might as well try it out. I'm already rocking katanas anyway. Really, bro? God. Yeah, whatever, I'm right there. Assholes. No, da 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 da. There we go. At least I didn't get fucking ganged up on. They're not really difficult to fight one at a time. You only want to run into problems once multiple of them pop up. Oh, wow. They're fighting the giant. Yeah, well, you know. Oh, they're beating him too. You know, I'm not really a fan of people being ganged up on. Oh, am I being invaded? God damn it, I am. Oh, hey, he's got rivers of blood. Oh, I got Rivers of Blood. From him. Okay, I didn't know how you get. That's how you got it. Sacred Tear, nice. Oh yeah, hold on, let me level up my flask. Yeah, I think 12 was the limit, my bad. That right there is the end goal. That Chalice of the Giants, once you light that, you get reach the end game. And the problem is, you need to be sure when you do that, because a huge amount of side quests in this game become inaccessible once you light the flame. Although the game tells you, like, are you sure you want to proceed? Which I'm not gonna, I'm just getting there. Oh man, that's the last actual giant. This boss battle actually makes me upset. You can see he breaks his leg. And you basically break his leg. It's like one of those moments you actually feel bad for the boss. No, get out of the goddamn flame! I don't even know how I survived that, but you know what? I'm not gonna ask questions. And you actually cause his leg to just totally break off. Ah! God damn that crack in the way that his leg goes, man. Ah! It's sickening. Like, well, fuck it. And him sacrificing his leg did that, powered up his pyromancy. You see, he's actually got like a face on his chest. It's fucking weird, with an eye on his chest. Damn it. And lighting this thing up is the point of no return. Almost every side quest in the game is canceled when you do this, which I'm not going to do it right now. Just getting to up here, there's another bonfire. Or Grace, Side of Grace. And you also get a really good view of the land from here. You kind of get a sense of scale for how big this area is. And how it's a lot bigger than it might seem. You look at the map. Oh, it doesn't look that big, but no, it's very big. As I'm saying, it's deceptively large. Which I don't want to risk. Okay, so let me see. I don't want to risk fucking it up. Okay. I just wanted to have it done. I'm not going to fight those giants. I've already fought them. Or any of these dudes are already beating them. Here we go. Stargazer's ruins. Okay, I'll come back to this later. I'll get marked on the map. Oh yeah, that's right. There's a piece of shit summoning these. A Tibia Mariner. I gotta find. He's somewhere up here at the top of the hill. Okay, you can hear the bell. Come on, where's the fucker? You down here? Those giant skeleton dudes keep coming until you kill the one who's summoning them. No, that's not the way I want to go either. Well, I'll go here to kill the enemies. I haven't killed them. But that's back towards the lake. That's not what I want to do. On the other side of this crevasse is where I want to go right here. Castle Soul. So that's going back down the way I came. God, there's so many pretty moments in this game, dude. Seeing the yellow of the tree really stands out amongst the white. It's funny, too, because the actual world of Elden Ring is almost a perfect circle except for here where it's broken. Which is really cool because, like, the whole plot of the game is the Elden Ring was a ring that was broken. So the actual land mirrors that perfectly. Pretty fucking cool. Okay, hold on. There he is, you fucker. There we go, that's death root. And that should get rid of all the fucking giant skeletons that cocksucker was summoning. Unless there's another one around here. Oh no, okay, it's the Wandering Mausoleum, never mind. Oh, god damn it, I forgot about the Deathrite bird. It's a bird, but it really functions like a dragon. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Well, oh, you fucker. Oh, well, I'm right there, complete. You gotta stake America. America. Really? What a dick. Oh, shit. Yeah. Ah. Oh, well, shit happens. What are you gonna do? This is America. Oh, is it? Oh, you just vanished, Alex. I thought maybe I upset you. We're talking about dark topics. Or maybe something happens, just make sure you're okay. Death Ritual Spear. Yeah, I've never fucked with it. Okay. Because we were talking about like murder and shit. Like Philippe was bringing up like current like hot button political issues. I didn't know if you were like, oh, I don't want to hear that. So making sure I didn't upset you. Wouldn't have been my intention. I also got the good old classic, The Rivers of Blood. Right now, I'm just trying to get to the consecrated snowfield. That's the last map fragment I need, you know what I mean? Oh, come on! Fuck. Okay. Let's talk about Care Bears. Honestly, people need to focus more on things that they enjoy. Don't get me wrong. I'm definitely anti-censorship. Okay. Don't get me wrong. I'm okay. Let me put it like this. I'm anti-censorship. And I believe in being honest and giving criticism where criticism is warranted. So there are times that we need to talk about dark things. There are times when we need to tell the truth even if it's harsh. My issue is when people focus solely on negative things. There are people, YouTube channels, ways of philosophy where people literally only focus on the negative. And it's actually something that really bothers me about video gaming channels, where there's a huge amount of them, I would say more than not right now, that focus on controversy. Yeah. And I am not a fan of people that only focus on the bad. I've taken great pains with my channel to try and give a balanced approach, talk about good stuff and bad stuff. I don't just want to become a channel talking about negative shit. And furthermore, that's not what I want to be known for. That's not the legacy I have. That's not the legacy I want to leave behind. Like, if all you do is tear other people or other games or other things down, then what have you built in life? I don't want my only accomplishment in this life to be tearing other people down. And it's like, congratulations, you have contributed to absolutely nothing. You have not contributed anything positively to the scene that you're in, but you have torn people down. So it's like, you're net negative. And I obviously, there's nuance to this conversation. Some people deserve to be torn down, like Pirate Software. He's a fucking prick. I mean, now he's a famous douchebag, but yeah, like, people need to sound the whistle, but I'm saying there are people who literally focus on the bad to the exclusion of all else, and they make that the focus of the channel. Like, they can hear good news and they'll choose not to cover it. That's the type of thing that I don't want to be. Both in my YouTube channel and in my real life. And I mean, I've talked about some bad stuff lately because there's been a wash of bad news in the gaming industry. The gaming industry's having a hard time, but you can ask Alex, who's watched my channel, and I'm sure you know, Philippe, watching my channel for a long time as well, that I also talk about a lot of positive stuff. Balance it out, that I'm not just sitting here only focusing on bad shit. Yeah, and they were absolutely right for that too. Anyone who is for, okay, you know, there's very little times where you get an absolute in life, okay? But I see it pretty absolutely. It's one of those instances where it's pretty absolute. If you are against stop killing games, you're pro-corporation and anti-gaming. Okay? It's literally what's good for games. The only one who benefits, from stop killing games failing is corporations. Okay? They're the only ones who would stand to benefit. Anyone who's not a corporate, anyone who buys games, benefits from stop killing games. And anytime I've heard somebody try to make an argument against stop killing games, it always turns out to be a fucking fallacy, because they always say, well, they always repeat the same talking points that are just dumb. They say, well, you can't expect developers to support a game forever. Nobody is asking for that. Literally, it's so tiring. Yeah. What? Pirate Software worked for Blizzard? He never mentioned it. Oh my god. But anyway, every time I see somebody trying to make a case against stop killing games, they are always doing it on a fallacy. Every time you see games lobbyists say that they're not for stop killing games, the reason they give, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I was making a joke, Alex. I know he worked at Blizzard. He's mentioned it like over 100 times. Like, somebody made a meme compilation of all the times he mentioned working at Blizzard. Like, he mentions it every stream. That was the joke. And yeah, he didn't do very much. And in fact, the game he was the most instrumental for was Diablo 3. The launch of Diablo 3. And if you know anything about Diablo 3, it had one of the rockiest launch in the gaming history. I think D3 is a good game now. At launch, it was fucking broken. People couldn't play it for days after getting the early edition. Like, I'm not sure how aware you were of the gaming scene, but D3 had a notoriously rocky launch. Like, it was really bad. So, like, the game he had the most involvement on was the worst launch Blizzard has ever had. So, not really the fucking flex you think it is, Pirate. Because he did online security. He wasn't a dev. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with security. Game companies need to stop hackers and shit, okay? They need to make a profit. And they need to avoid griefers. So, I could literally write you a thesis about all the things that D3 did wrong, Alex. It was noteworthy. It wasn't one thing. It was so many things. Like, the first year of D3 was terrible. They turned it around, and now it's good. I actually really like Diablo 3. But that's my dad's favorite Diablo, actually. He's put hundreds of hours into it. But the launch was terrible. So they did fix it. But, man, that first, 12 months, dude, was fucking rough. And then it wasn't until they did the DLC, Reaper of Souls, and they patched it for consoles called the Ancient Evil Edition, that it turned it around and became a success. The first year of 3 was terrible. There were people who literally spent $100 to get the extra collector edition with the steel disc set, and they couldn't log in, and the whole point of buying it was early access. It was a clusterfuck. Without a doubt, to this day, before and after the worst launch Blizzard's ever had. Oh, it's fantastic. And it also has the distinction of having a good Switch port, by the way. Diablo 3 was made for PS3 and 360 in mind. So it actually translated pretty much flawlessly to Switch. Switch is underpowered, but it's still more powerful than PS3 and 360. So one of the few instances where they had a port to Switch that didn't really have any compromises. It's functionally identical to every other version of the game because it was like a generation behind. You know what I mean? Well, you get what I'm saying, Alex. When you do a Switch port, it's a roll in the dice of if it's going to be good or not. But with D3, it was literally a console generation behind. So even Switch had no problem. So I literally think it's a full 1080p on Switch and 720p in docked, and it's literally identical to any other version of the game. They didn't have to make cutbacks because Switch was still way more powerful than fucking PS3. And that's what it was built for. Yeah, that's what I mean. There's a chance it's gonna be good or not. You have to roll the dice, so. And you might hope with it being underpowered that it would be good on Switch, but, well, MGS2 is locked to 30 on Switch, so even a game being underpowered is no evidence the Switch port's gonna be good. So, you either get really good Switch ports, and it's like, wow, how did they manage to get this on Switch? Or it's like, oh my god, this is terrible. It's not even the same game anymore. But yeah, it's a good version. But either way, the whole point is, every time, circling back to what I was saying, got off topic, every time these people make evidence against Stop Killing Games, they make the same argument. It's, game developers can't be expected to support a game forever. But that is the stupidest thing. It doesn't ask for that. No, it's fine, man. It's fine to get off track. I need to get back to it before I forget what I was going to say, that's all. So, literally, every single time somebody makes an argument against Stop Killing Games, usually an industry lobbyist, they say, well, we can't support a game forever. They have never asked for that once. All Stop Killing Games does is say that you have to do one of 3 things. Well, okay, technically 4. Number 1, you must tell people that a game is ending its life with at least 6 months of warning. So, you can't suddenly close down a game with no warning. You have to let people know well in advance, okay? Which also is good. Number 2, and this is the 3 stipulations that they're trying to put into effect, is either 1, you let, and this is the one they want the most, when you shut down an online game, yeah, that's literally what they're trying to do, Alex. The number 1 thing they want is if you're going to shut down a game, let the community make servers for it. That is the main thing of Stop Killing Games, to stop companies taking legal action on people making servers after a game shut down. Okay, so number 1, let the public make fan-made servers without them trying to take them down. Oh, fuck. Oh, well. I'm right there. Give them legal protections. So a publisher can't come in and say, you can't have a server. Number 2, give them a refund if you can't do, shut down the game. Or number 3, tell them we're going to shut down the game and you're not going to get a refund. And these game companies aren't they aren't going for this for a really simple reason. Because they don't want to have any restrictions. They just want to be able to shut a game down whenever they want to and say fuck you to anyone who bought it. And because, for some reason that I guess I don't understand, they want it to be so that even if they shut down the game, that other people can't have the servers offline, even though they decided they're not going to make any money. Free. Which is just the dumbest thing. It's like, hey, we've shut the game down. We're not going to be making money off this game either way, but we don't want you to play it at all. So, and, not only, and it's funny, because there's actually a reason why Pirate Software supported Stop Killing Games, or went against it, I'm sorry. Besides the fact that he worked at Blizzard, so he's, of course, going to support the big corporations, and Blizzard's one of the, Activision Blizzard's one of the greediest ones. He also making his own game. I don't know if you've heard about that. It's called Heartbound, and he literally, right? He literally, has been working on this game, Alex, since 2017. He kickstarted it. He got $20,000 from the kick. Yeah, he got $20,000 from the Kickstarter. He got $20,000 from the Kickstarter, even though he only asked for $5. And he promised in June of 2017 that the game would be finished by December of 2017. And he has yet to release the game in a full state. The game is only half finished in 9 years. And he is literally not making any progress. It most likely will never be finished. He will literally make a one-line of code in like a couple months. And he's even said he's lost interest. So the real reason isn't even that Pirate Software worked at Blizzard. It's that if Stop Killing Games passed, he would be held legally liable for not finishing the game, and he would have to publicly tell people, I'm never going to finish this. Obviously, he doesn't want to be held accountable and be forced to either make the game or say, I'm not going to do it. Right now, he can just say, well, I'll get around to it eventually. So he's like George R.R. Martin, this shit. And if Stop Killing Games passed, yeah, super simple. It's terrible. I've watched entire videos deconstructing it. It's awful. I mean, it's literally basically a game that plays itself. It's basically just furry porn. And he's a furry. God, if you can't get any worse, he's a fucking furry. Like, okay, you're just like, you know. Just fucking taking all the boxes off on a douchebag. So, he just doesn't want to be held responsible. And if Stop Killing Games passed, like I said, he would be forced to either finish the game, which he's not going to do, or he would be forced to publicly tell people, I'm not going to finish this. And Pirate Software can't do that, because if you know anything about Pirate Software, he's a raging fucking narcissist. He has the biggest ego of any person I think I've ever fucking seen. And he can't admit he's wrong. Literally, if you look back at Pirate Software's career, what killed his career, Alex, was not making mistakes. It was not owning up to his mistakes. This man literally cannot admit he's wrong, ever. So, him telling the world, I'm not going to finish this game, would be him saying he fucked up. He can't do that. So, literally, that's why he was against Stop Killing Games, because he might be forced to finish his game or admit that he failed. So he always had a biased reason to be against it. Anyone who's not a fucking scumbag is all for it, which is the point I was trying to make. You buy a game, you own that fucking game. And I don't care if it's digital. You bought a digital game, you should still own the digital copy. And Stop Killing Games is trying to give people protection so they can't just take your fucking games away from you. If you own games and you're into gaming, it's a good thing. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Never mind the fact that he literally got $20,000 to finish the game. Oh my fucking god. He got $20,000 to finish the game, didn't finish the game. So, like, he basically stole from those people. When they gave... Oh my fucking god. When they gave him their money, it was under the promise that the game would be released in 2017. Now, granted, I'm not gonna say, like, delays don't happen. Of course they do. If he had delayed it once or twice, nobody would have given a shit. But, you know, you can't take money from people to fund your fucking game and then not deliver. That's the fraud. Like, if he had just made the game and he had, you know, not taken somebody's money and just said, well, I'm not going to finish it. Okay, you know how many, like, fan-made projects, Alex, never get finished? Like, so many times people will make fan games and they just never get finished. They just sit in development hell. But nobody can say or do anything about these unfinished fan games because they never took any money. Like, if there's a fan making a game and they don't finish it, it's disappointing, but they didn't take money from you. When you take money from somebody, you have a legal obligation to give them what they paid for. That's the thing. If he hadn't done that fucking Kickstarter, and you know the crazy thing about it is, he actually could have just given all the money back. I don't know how much money Pirate Software made, but at the peak of his career, he was making millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. He literally could have given a refund to everyone who did the Patreon, or I'm sorry, the Kickstarter, $20K. That would have been pocket change for him, and then he would have had no legal obligation. Everybody get a refund. People could be upset, but nobody could like, oh, you're a phony. He didn't, because that would admit he was wrong. He can't do that. Like I said, like, oh no, don't die. Okay. Nearly every single controversy that Pirate Software got in, man, could have been nothing if he had just said, yeah, I fucked up. And it is the saddest thing to me, because he fucked his career so hard. He had one of the greatest come-ups in YouTube history. Still to this day, I think he had the fastest rise of any gaming channel, Alex. Like, he went from 10,000 subs to 2 million in like 4 months. Like, the fastest growth of any YouTube gaming channel ever. Yeah, I kind of liked him too. He seemed knowledgeable. That's the thing. He can talk a big game. I mean, he became popular for a reason. He was entertaining. He had a deep voice. He said clever things. He clearly was charismatic. Like, yeah, you know, he had charisma. It's not like people just followed him for no reason, but they just, you know, everybody makes mistakes. It's how you deal with them that defines you. And that's the thing, like, all of his career fuck-ups were caused by him refusing to say sorry. Any of the mistakes that he had made, if he had said, you know what, I fucked up, would have blown over. Even with the Stop Killing Games, if he had said, you know what, I was wrong. That would have been the end of it. His career would have recovered. Literally, it was because he refused to ever say that he was wrong. Not once, ever. That's what I'm saying. So it was the most unnecessary, unneeded career fall-off ever. And, like, literally, to this day, he had the fastest growth of any YouTube gaming channel ever. Hold on, let me look up the actual statistics, because they actually are insanely impressive. Like, I think in, like, 6 months, he had 2 billion views in shorts. And, I mean, he literally, he had the fucking world handed to him on a silver platter, Alex. He had the longest Twitch hype train ever. had a hype train that lasted for a year. And at one point, I think just from bits, I think in bits alone, not actual subs, not donation in bits, Twitch has bits, he made $50,000 in one stream, Alex, from bits alone. This motherfucker was making $10,000, $20,000, $30,000 a day. We're talking about literally that he made fucking millions. Had the biggest come up of any YouTuber ever, like the fastest growth. I don't think anyone still has matched his record. And he fucking literally just torpedoed his fucking career. Because he couldn't say, I'm sorry, my bad. Like, imagine, right? Well, he asked for a Kickstarter before he took off. That was 2017, so I can't get onto them. When he actually asked for Kickstarter, he hadn't actually made it as a partner yet, so that's one thing I can't blame him for. Because he did the Kickstarter in 2017, he didn't take off till 2023, so at the time he did need the money. But I'm saying, dude, he literally had the fucking YouTube world by the balls. He won Streamer of the Year, got 2 billion shorts views in 6 months, had 2 million subscribers in 4 months. And he literally, honestly, if he had kept going, the way he was going, his channel didn't plummet in the metrics till he did what he did. He could have been the highest subscribed YouTuber gamer in the world. Okay? It wasn't like he had a growth spurt and then he died down. He only died down because of what he did. If he hadn't done what he did, his channel kept growing. It wasn't a flash in the pan, and then, some people have to get lucky, they go viral, and then their channel dies. He kept rising. He literally wouldn't have stopped if he hadn't done any of this shit. He literally was on the fast track to become the biggest gaming channel in the fucking world. And, he fucked it up. And that's the shame, dude. Imagine, being handed... He was handed the keys to the fucking kingdom. And he threw him down the garbage drain. He was basically handed the world on a silver platter, dude. And he threw it away. That's the real sad thing. Imagine what you would do with that opportunity. Imagine what I would do. Dude, literally, I'm not even kidding with you right now. I'm being so serious. If I was given 10% of the growth that he had, I would be fucking set for life. I literally, if I had 10% of the growth that he had at his peak, I would have enough money from YouTube to do nothing but YouTube for the rest of my life. Literally, if you gave me, you, or anybody else a fraction of his success, we would be fucking set forever. And that's what kills me, is I'm busting my ass off. I'm streaming fucking 8-10 hours a day. I'm advertising my channel. I'm talking to viewers. I'm trying to make commentary videos. I'm busting my ass to make my channel. Doing everything I can to get every subscriber I can. And he and I would be truly thankful for any bit of success that I got. And he had it handed to him on a platter, and he thought it wasn't good enough. And I guess it's the injustice of life, you know? Because there's so many people that would have actually made the most of what he had and appreciated it. And it went to somebody that pissed it away. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he gained nearly 2 million subs in 6 months. And 2 billion short views in 6 months. Like, that growth is unparalleled. Before or after, nobody has come close to getting that much growth in YouTube for a gaming channel, obviously, and I'm talking about Mr. Beast. What the fuck ever. Mr. Beast gains like 2 million subscribers like candy. He's at 500 million subs now. But I'm talking about for a gaming channel, nobody has fucking come close. And literally, dude, all he had to do was just not fuck it up. Like, it wasn't like he had to keep doing this, and he had to be very careful, because, like, I'll give you an example. Say a movie star makes it big. A movie star makes it big. That's not a guarantee. You're only as big as your next movie. So a movie star, even if they did have, like, a huge movie, would still have to be, a movie star would still have to be super selective about their next role. Just because you had one good movie that did really well doesn't mean anything. You can easily do another movie that had a flop, and we even had big actors do movies that flopped. So even like a big actor has to be careful. Like Robert Downey Jr. I love Robert Downey Jr. He was on top of the world after doing the Avengers. Then he did the next big movie he did after the Avengers Endgame was the Dr. Dolittle movie. I think it was just called Dolittle. That movie bombed insanely hard. And I've actually heard it's a good movie, but it still bombed financially. It made like $50 million on a budget of like $200 million. So even RDJ, one of the best actors of our generation, one of the best actors ever, coming off of the highest grossing movie in history at the time, still had a fucking huge flop right afterwards. Okay? So like with actors, they have to be careful. You know, like Olympic sports athletes, winning one Olympic doesn't mean you're going to win the next. You have to constantly be watching what you're doing and keep it on the edge. Being a boxer, just because you won fights doesn't mean you can't get your ass stomped. Like, all these other professions, you have to work hard to get to the top, and you have to work hard to stay at the top. But all Pirate Software had to do was just keep streaming and not get in controversy. He had a golden fucking road paved for him. Like, he literally, if he had just kept streaming games and not gotten into those controversies, he could have kept going essentially forever. All he had to do was just keep his fucking mouth shut and keep streaming. You know what I mean? Obviously, I'm talking about, like, not talking about the bullshit, okay? So it's like, he had it fucking made. That's the shame, man. Like, some people are just handed the world on a silver platter, and they just fucking don't appreciate any of it. And it's such a shame, man. And that's what I'm saying, like, I actually think if he ever actually swallowed his pride and said he fucked up, he could still make a comeback. I do. Maybe he won't be as big as he could have been, but I still think even right now he could actually still make a comeback. I honestly believe that. But even now, he could apologize, he could go on a redemption tour, and he would still have a comeback. He would never be as big as he was, but he could come back. Where, you know, but he won't, that's the thing. And it's so funny, dude, and it's ridiculous, because he would just do the dumbest things for no reason. Like, he would play puzzle games with lots of puzzles, which, you know, they're not really for me. Like, I like puzzles and games, I don't like games that are just puzzles. But he, would do puzzle games, and he would use guides for the puzzles. And nobody cared that he used guides for the puzzles, but then you're like, oh, I didn't use the answers. Oh, fuck. And it's like, dude, that's a needless controversy that you got yourself into, man. Nobody cares if you use a fucking guide. Nobody! They care about you lying! But you literally chose to lie. You didn't have to. Like, dude, you could literally have just said, oh yeah, I'm stuck. I'm just gonna look it up because I don't want to be here for another 8 hours. It's the same thing I've done, dude. Like, nobody wants to watch you sitting here trying to solve a puzzle for 8 hours. So, I'll try to solve a puzzle in a game. And then, if I'm, like, really stuck, I'll just look it up because I don't want to kill the vibe for the stream. Yeah. Dude, I have to be honest with you, I'm a hate watcher for Pirate Software. I've watched so many videos about his downfall. Like, I don't know, I take some grim satisfaction, because he's just such a pompous prick. Normally, I'm not, like, actually, like, rooting for people to fail, but, like, he's so arrogant and egotistical, and such, like, an entitled prick, that I kind of, like, I enjoy watching videos about his downfall, and I've watched quite a few. Especially because, I mean, like, everything in his life was handed to him, dude. He literally got his job at Blizzard because his dad worked at Blizzard. Yeah. So it's like, once again, everything in this cocksucker's life was handed to him, man. Imagine you decide, Alex, that you want to work in gaming and you get a job at one of the most prestigious game companies ever. And, like, Blizzard now sucks. But I'm saying, dude, he got a job at Blizzard in, like, 2004, 2005. He got a job at Blizzard, dude, back when that fucking meant something. Like, he literally got to work at Blizzard when Blizzard was at its fucking peak. Oh, yeah, yeah, for sure. And that's what actually hilarious. And evidence of sometimes you just have a bad fruit, because from my understanding, his dad is a fucking G. His dad's name is Joey Ray Hall. He's been the director of cinematics at Blizzard, or he was. I think he retired last year. For like 25 years, he did all of the CG cutscenes in all of the Blizzard games, which, if you see anything about Blizzard's pre-order cutscenes, they're on another fucking level. They're like the most expensive cutscenes in gaming history, and they're fucking epic. You'll never watch a pre-rendered cutscene from Blizzard that doesn't absolutely fucking kick ass. And of course, he also did like the general storytelling for the games. But everything I've heard about his dad is that his dad is actually a super cool dude. His dad wasn't entitled. His dad wasn't demanding. His dad was like one of the very first people at Blizzard. So he didn't get handed his position through fucking nepotism. He earned that shit. Like, he literally was working at Blizzard. One of the very first games that Blizzard ever did was called The Death of Superman. And it was a SNES game about Superman. It was like a comic book brawler. And so, for like the first couple of years of Blizzard, they did low-budget platforming games before they got into PC development. And he was there, like he helped make Blizzard what it is. And even other people who have criticized Pirate Software had actually come forward and said, no, his dad's actually not a fucking dick. Like, there's this chick, this really cool chick that he worked with, and she came out and talked about him and his dad, and she worked with Pirate Software. Directly with him. And he was actually lived with her. And she actually was like, yeah, I just want to say I'm not a problem. I have no problem with his dad. And in fact, his dad didn't even have anything to do with him getting the position. Like, nepotism, his dad didn't even protect him at Blizzard. she broke it down. I watched like an interview with her. People talked to her because she worked with him at Blizzard. People didn't fire him when he worked at Blizzard. They let him get away with whatever. But it wasn't because of his dad. It was because of the corporate executives at Blizzard who ran Activision. They thought if somebody fires or attacks the son of a boss, they could come for us. The big corporate executives who ran Activision. So they were the ones protecting it. Not Pirate Software's dad. His dad never said give him special treatment. His dad got him an interview, and that was it. So, like, some people might think that, like, his dad was the one protecting the Blizzard. No. His dad didn't even work in the same department. So, his dad had nothing to do with any of it. He wasn't, like, the one telling him, well, you can't fire Pirate. He wasn't the one, letting him do whatever he wanted to. He had nothing to do with that. It was the corporate executives at Activision, because they thought, well, if they go after a boss's kid, they could go after our kids. They could go after us. So they were the ones protecting him, not his own father. So they've even said, don't blame him for him acting like a douchebag at Blizzard. He didn't even work in the same department. So it wasn't like he was overseeing what his son did, and he, oh, you know, you can't get my son. He had no involvement. He didn't even know. Because the higher-ups at Blizzard kind of kept a lid on everything he did, so anytime he would hear about his son, he wouldn't hear about what shit he was doing. You know what I mean? And he's not going to investigate his own son, so he just heard, oh, he's doing good in that department, and that was the end of it. But they said, do not blame his dad for his special treatment at Blizzard. He had nothing to do with it. And they've said his dad never treated anybody poorly, so, like, the chick who was sitting there talking about, like, Pirate Software, she's like, you know, he was a dick. He never did his job. He sat there scrolling his phone all day. But his dad was a cool dude. So his dad is like, his dad is what he wishes he could be. And actually, there was a clip that went viral, and it was kind of heartbreaking. He often has his dad on his channel, or he did, and there's actually a clip where turns out he forgot his dad's birthday. And, like, you could actually tell that his dad was really bummed about it. And he's like, no, I sent you a text, and he's like, that was 2 years ago, son. And then Pirate Software opened up his phone, and he's like, oh, that's right. So, like, he's actually just a bad son, too, on top of everything else. And, you know, say what you want to, I have never forgotten my parents' birthday. Literally, I have never missed my parents' birthdays. I know them by heart. The only holiday I ever missed one time is I missed Mother's Day. And that's because Mother's Day actually changes days. It's the first Sunday in May. Or the second. And it actually is not a fixed day. Mother's Day actually changes from year to year. So one day, I fucked up and I forgot to wish my mom happy Mother's Day because I thought it was the week after, and that time it was the year before. And that's because that's one of the only holidays that actually shifts dates, like Easter. Easter is the first... Easter changes days. So that was the only time I've ever messed up a holiday and, like, fucked it up. Was on the one day that changes. But, like, my mother's birthday, I've never missed a birthday. I've never forgotten her birthday. My dad's birthday, never forgotten a birthday. My grandma's birthday, literally, anniversary, I've never missed an anniversary. When I was dating somebody, I always kept up to the exact day. So I literally have never missed any of those holidays and have been on the money because I care. And, like, the thought of him, you know, missing his dad's birthday is just sad. And it was more sad. You could see his reaction. Like, you could tell it bothered his dad. Which, I mean, of course it would. Your son fucking forgets about you on your birthday. It's really sad. And his dad also seems to lack, the main thing. His dad also seems to have the one thing that Pirate lacks: humility. Like, if you've ever seen, Pirate Software has talked about it. He's gone into depth, but he hasn't talked about all of it. But his dad was worked with South Park for the World of Warcraft episode of Blizzard. Blizzard themselves directly worked with South Park. And the actual main character in the South Park episode for WoW is based on his dad. And he came up with the idea, and even pitched them ideas for the show that made fun of them and made fun of him. So, Pirate Software is super egotistical. He doesn't want to ever admit he's wrong. He doesn't want to ever be laughed at or people make jokes about him. But his dad literally had them do a huge fucking parody of him in South Park, where he was a guy who had no life. Like, he literally played the guy with no life who comes and kills Cartman, and he helped him do it and didn't have an ego about it. So he was able to take a fucking joke. That's what I'm saying. Like, if his son had a little bit of his humility, probably never would have happened. So, just a damn shame. And it really just goes to show you that life's not fair. It is, yeah. And not only that, but, you know, I don't even really play WoW, but I was pretty familiar with WoW because of my father. My dad played WoW a lot back in the day. He played WoW from the launch of WoW till about Mists of Pandaria is when he lost interest. So my dad was there at the launch of WoW, and through all of, like, WoW at its peak, you know, the Burning Crusade, Wrath of the Lich King, Cataclysm, when, I mean, WoW was, like, at the top of its game when it was the most successful MMO ever. Now, I mean, it's still successful now, but it's not, like, at those peak from, like, 2004 to, like, 2010. That 6-year period, WoW ruled the fucking world. And my dad was there, and he literally was one of the first people to make a custom UI for WoW. He actually made a Diablo-inspired UI. And I still think he has it. I'll show you one of these days. But it actually was downloaded thousands of times from the mod website. Because Blizzard freely allowed, you know, cosmetic mods. They didn't care about that shit. So people would actually, you know, make all kinds of really good UI. And my dad made one. So I didn't really ever play WoW growing up, because literally when WoW came out, I was 8. So not really, you know, 8-year-olds are going to get a subscription playing a game, you know what I'm saying? So I didn't play it really tangentially myself, but I was familiar enough with it because my dad played it a lot and I knew about it from him. And so that episode, I've seen that whole episode of South Park. That episode is fucking hilarious. That is one of the best fucking episodes of South Park, fucking full stop. And honestly, some of these people who did Blizzard shit needed to be made fun of, man. Ah, shit, I'm right there. Some of these people needed to be mocked. Did you see, I think it was like sometime last year, Alex? Yeah, it was last year. That's true. Sometime last year, there was this big WoW streamer who literally fucking shit himself at his desk while he was playing fucking WoW, and stayed seated after that. And like his mom or his girlfriend had to come and help clean him up. And and not only is he like filling the meme where like literally Cartman's mom is wiping his ass in the show, he literally looks like the dude from South Park. Like he's super overweight, has the glasses, the oily hair. Like he literally is the fucking Blizzard meme guy from South Park alive. And yeah, dude, those people need to be made fun of. Shame them, okay? I actually think that we need to bring back shaming. Commander Null. Yeah. Or a commander something. There's a couple of commanders. There's one in Ionia. You can't fault a guy for starting in game. Dude, they're starting, and then there's full on fucking shitting yourself, bro. This is not a wet fart. This is him just sitting there and offloading ass. Dude, that's what I can fault him for, okay? That's what I fault him for, not shitting his pants, okay? Because some people have stomach issues and they can't help it. I'm sure pretty much all of us have shit ourselves at one point. We were near a bathroom we couldn't go. We had food poisoning. When you have food poisoning, it comes out of you like lava. So I'm pretty sure most people have shit themselves at one point, even if it's just a little bit. Oh, fucking spiders. Ugh. Most people have shit themselves at one point, okay? One time I shit myself because I wasn't anywhere near a bathroom, and I literally was like, hadn't shit for 2 hours after eating a bunch of food. I was like 15 or 16. That was an incredibly painful experience. I had to walk home and I had like shit in my pants. Where he fucked up wasn't shitting himself. It's just sitting there. Bro, if I start shitting myself at my desk, I am running to the bathroom. The second shit starts coming in my ass, I am already on my way to the bathroom. I would have been halfway there before a single turd had come out. Okay? Because I've had food poisoning before. And when you have food poisoning, when you've had food poisoning, it comes out of you in two ways. You vomit and you shit yourself. Okay? So usually when you have food poisoning, you have diarrhea. And usually you have very little warning. So like a lot of people will get food poisoning and they'll shit themselves because your body is trying to push it out so fast to get the poison out of you that you don't have a warning. Sometimes you shit yourself before you know what's happening. So because of food poisoning, most people have shit themselves. We've all eaten something that we probably shouldn't have, and then like, oh god, oh god. But the difference is, I had food poisoning, and I was shitting myself, and I was like, oh my god, and ran my ass into the bathroom. I was like the fucking Flash, man. Pulling my ass. That's where it's shameful. Like, okay, you shit yourself. Why are you sitting there continuing to play the game, man? Like, he started shitting, then he kept shitting, then he kept shitting, and like, dude, at any point you could have already been in the bathroom. Dude, when I started to shit on myself, I move faster than the fucking wind. Okay? I was the fucking Flash. Shit, where's my echoes? Okay, that's right. And then he had his mom or his girlfriend or whoever, his sister, some unfortunate female, have to help him clean up. Dude, I'm not subjecting anyone to that. My shit is my shit. It's not your shit. Okay, the only person who gets a pass for shitting on themselves is the fucking elderly. Like, if you're like 80 years old, and you're old and senile, you can shit on yourself and get away with it, okay? But you're a grown, somewhat healthy man, okay? You don't have somebody else help cleaning up your shit, bro. And that's why we need shame. We need shame. We got rid of shame. We need to bring back shame. People just think they should do whatever the fuck they want to do in public. And they shouldn't be called out for it, bro. And that's where the conversation got fucked. You see people outside at Pride masks, walking around in fucking gimp gear with the doggy mask. Bro, go back in the fucking house. Okay? There's a time and place for that. And it's not on the public city fucking streets, by the way. And I'm convinced that all of this could stop in an instant if we, like, put somebody's nose into it. Like, that guy who shit himself playing WoW, his fucking caretaker, his mom, his sister, should have literally taken the shit, put his face in it and say, look, bad. Like a dog. Never would have done that again. It's dudes like that that give guys a bad name. Like every fucking hateful stereotype that's perpetuated on gamers is by that dude. Dudes like that, man. So I just resent that guy on like a fundamental level, man. There's a way. Okay, never mind. I gotta go around. But yeah, that's my whole point I'm trying to make, dude. Accidents happen. It's how you handle accidents that make you a man. There's a saying. It's a pretty old saying. But it's one that I take to heart. What matters in life is not what happens to a man, but it's what a man does with what happens to him. You can't decide what happens to you in life, but you can decide how you deal with it. And that's the merit of a man. Like, everybody can, you know, anybody can not careful and lose butthole roulette. You know, you eat Taco Bell and you're basically playing Russian roulette with your asshole. Sometimes you lose. It's just what you do. It's what you do with the spicy enchiladas after you eat them. Also, and I'm speaking from experience, by the way, I've had a history of stomach issues my whole life because I have an anxiety disorder. Anxiety... God damn it. Oh well, now I know the way to get back up there. Anxiety affects your whole body negatively. Because it puts your body in panic mode. Your body... It basically, having an anxiety disorder, puts your body through a lot of stress because it puts your body in panic mode. Fight or flight mode. And your body's not supposed to stay in that mode for a short period of time. It's supposed to be, oh, my life's in danger, so your body does certain things to kick up, but your body's not meant to run at that speed permanently. So, it's just rough on your body having an anxiety disorder. but it's especially rough on your stomach. Most people with anxiety disorders, OCD, autism, have stomach issues. Anxiety takes a heavy toll on your stomach. So I've had stomach issues my entire life, and I've never done what that fucking guy did. Mom, can you clean up my ass? I'd fucking shoot myself, man. Dude, if I ever get to that point, man, take me out back and fucking end me, fucking Old Yeller style. Mercy kill me. Shit. That guy's really tough. I'm gonna get you. Come on, come on. Oh, I know you. I'm eating. Oh, I'm gonna eat you. Oh, I'm gonna eat you. Okay. Yo. You probably can't hear her, but she's purring. May sound like I'm annoying her. Right, she's purring. Alright, get down. You're hurting my legs. You can get back up later. Let me let you out. And, you know, you'd be amazed at the toll that OCD takes on your body, man. Like, right now... Oh, hold on. I can let my cat out. Right now, I have a habit of coughing like 25 times as part of my OCD, and doing that has literally caused me to pull a muscle in my stomach. And if you have never pulled a muscle in your stomach, it is fucking agony. So, 1 second. But yeah, I have a nasty habit of forcing myself to cough a certain amount of times. Yeah. So, like, I force myself to cough. Jesus. I force myself to cough 25 times just because it's an even number. And I've literally, like I said, pulled a muscle in my stomach, and I've actually bruised my stomach. Like, we're talking like this whole area bruised. Cannot describe to you pain. But not like a bruise you could see. Like, the inner muscle of my stomach was bruised. So I would just try to eat something, I would breathe, and I'd be sitting there, oh, God, in pain. So I know about stomach issues, and I've never had that guy's response. But yeah, hold on. I've decided I'm gonna quit doing the coughing. I've been trying to ease up on it. Which, actually, now it's a great time. This is the last time I'm gonna do it, actually. Because I want you guys to see kind of what I go through. And also, I can say I quit, but I'm not gonna do it anymore after this. I've been easing up. I used to do it all the time with the coughing, and I've wheeled back. I need to quit it. Now imagine doing that like 5 times. That's the kind of shit that I do to myself for OCD. See, I can't even breathe right now. My face is red. And the thing about me, some people, they call it breathing through their stomach. They breathe more through their diaphragm in their stomach. But people like that are more prone to vomiting when they cough. I've actually caused myself to vomit from coughing. Because I breathe through my diaphragm. So, like, when I cough, it affects my stomach more than it does other people. Some people, like, I breathe more down here. You see? Whereas other people have a better diaphragm focus. I need to work on that, too. People can train themselves to breathe higher, basically. You get what I'm saying? It's a thing. They always call it breathing through your stomach. And then I fucking sit there, and I pick at my nose, literally, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I will do it until I have blood on my fingers. That is what O.C.G does to you. Which, I'm quitting. I'm quitting that. I'm not gonna cough anymore. I'm done. I've been meaning to do it the last time for a while now, and I wanted you guys to see it, so you could see kind of what I deal with. The things that OCD makes you do. People have this really, really warped view of OCD. It's a lot more than people think. And I apologize. Witnessing that was too much for you. I know it's not easy to watch. I just kind of... I explain it, but I can't really make you understand without actually doing it. It's not good. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Is that... What the fuck? The spider's carrying around another bug. I usually leave fucking spiders alone because we have roaches here, and it was a problem when we moved in. They literally acknowledged it as part of our lease that they would spray free of charge because they had roaches before we moved in. So it has nothing to do with our cleanliness. People see roaches and they assume that you're dirty. It's a problem in the complex before we moved in, but this was the only place that would take us, and they agreed in the lease to clean it, and then they just didn't. Funny how that works. If we just stopped paying rent, we'd be out on our ass tomorrow, but, you know, they don't have to do what they signed the lease to do. God forbid. But, so because we have roaches, we got spiders, and we kind of, I hate spiders, but we kind of have left the spiders alone because they're a natural deterrent to roaches. They really are. But the spiders test my fucking patience being right in front of my camera, man. It's like, I'm trying to let you live, bro. Well, it's just, you know exactly what I'm talking about, Alex. And I'm sure you do, too, Philippe. Is people see a roach and they assume that you're a trashy person. When literally, they were here before we got here in the complex. They acknowledged it in the fucking lease. Finally killed that fucker. So, it had nothing to do with cleanliness. They were already in the building, and we were evicted from our last place. I told you they condemned the building, so we had nowhere else to go. This was the only place we could find in time, so we kind of didn't have a choice. But they promised they would spray for roaches professionally once a month until it was fixed as part of the lease. The entire time we've been here, maybe 3 years we've lived here, they sprayed maybe 4 times. So, and spraying once or twice isn't going to do it. So, literally, we've had roaches since we've been here, and we've done our best to get rid of them, you know? Like, right now, you can't see my game console. Roaches love to get into game consoles, so I literally have sticky pads. We used to use Raid, but it can harm our cats. That's why I don't use Raid, because it's chemicals, and if my cat licked up something, it could make her sick and kill her. So we use non-toxic stuff, but literally, around my PS5, like a strip of landmines, I have these giant adhesive roach traps. Because they trap roaches and they're non-toxic. But literally, I have to constantly have roach pads surrounding my console. Every inch of it, or roaches would get in my system and ruin it. Which I'll knock on wood. I'm superstitious. But yeah, so that's what we're dealing with. They can't be fucking bothered to spray. And it's not something I talk about a whole lot because people hear roaches and they just assume that you're a trashy person. No, I'm on the first floor. I think there's 3 floors, and we went for the first floor because my mom has trouble going upstairs. She's disabled. So we try to avoid getting any second, third floor kind of place because my mom has a hard time going upstairs. We already have one staircase going in and out of the building that my mom has trouble, and like I have trouble with because every time my mom goes to the doctor, I have to carry my mom's wheelchair up and down a big flight of stairs to get out of the building. If we lived on the second floor, we would have to go up like 3 sets of stairs. And my mom just can't do that, so we almost never, if we can help it, live on anything other than the first floor. Oh yeah, they are. They are the building's problem. They're literally in the lease, but that's what I'm saying. They don't, you know, they cheap out. Yeah, that's the thing. And then they tried to do something about the roaches. but they then gave us no warning. So they wanted to give us a 2-day warning to vacate the building so they could fumigate it for a couple days. And we had to opt out of that because, dude, we're like, we can't find someplace else to stay in 2 fucking days, man. And we can't not be in the building. We have animals. What the fuck? So then, the first time they were actually trying to do something about the roaches, and we basically had to opt out and not do it because, well, we couldn't find someplace to stay on fucking 2 days' notice. Not with fucking cats and animals and shit. And it was near the end of the month. We had already had payments, so it's like we can stay at a hotel. And they weren't going to pay for us to stay at a hotel, but they're like, yeah, you need to find somewhere to go for a couple days. Like, fucking where? So they didn't spray, and then they finally did. And they were gonna, and they did it in the most inconvenient way possible. Like, dude, you need to give us like a few weeks notice before you do something like that. Not 2 fucking days, man. What are we supposed to do in 2 days? And most hotel rooms won't take animals. So we have to find a pet sitter, and that's going to cost us a lot of money. So it's not like we didn't want them to spray for the roaches. We just couldn't. We literally couldn't afford it. Which, yeah, there we go. Yeah, no wonder you hate this fight. I remember this fight now. Like, have fun suffering. Yeah, I beat this guy before. He is a bitch. I have to admit, it actually does look good. I am automatically going to be skeptical of EA Star Wars, but I will say the new Star Wars Racer does look good. And it actually looks like it has an honest-to-goodness story mode, too. Like, they even showed you can walk around outside on the tracks and talk to people, which I did not expect to actually have you walk around outside a vehicle. Like, I was impressed. So yeah, I agree. I'm not gonna get it anytime soon. I have a bunch of other games that are way higher on my list. But I am interested in getting it. And ordinarily I'd get it, but I've got to try to get... I've got to try to get Wolverine. That's really important to me as a lifelong fan of the X-Men and Wolverine, to get Wolverine. I'm gonna decide if I want to get GTA 6 or not. I haven't made up my mind. Yeah. Oh, fuck off. I've got Wolverine to get. That's in September 15th. That's only a couple months away. I've got to decide if I want to get GTA 6 or not. I was really excited for it, but I'm really not a fan of what they're doing, so I'm still thinking about it. I've got to get a new PS5 controller. My current one is on death's door, which I'll knock on wood. And then there's a couple of miscellaneous games I would like to get. Like, I would like to get 007 First Light. Looks really good. And Lego Batman. So I'm interested in the new Racer, but it's kind of at the bottom of the totem pole of games I want to get. Obviously, I'm going to get fucking Wolverine over it. I've been waiting for a truly great Wolverine game that's not based on a movie like my whole life. Since I was like literally 5 years old, I saw X-Men. and I've loved fucking Wolverine. So, I mean, you could not ask for a better team to make it. Insomniac. They've never made a bad game, and it looks fucking sick. Yeah, Commander Null is a big ass fucking bullshit. So, that honestly, right now, Wolverine is the game I'm most excited for. And I mean, I'm excited for Ocarina of Time remake, but I need to see gameplay first. We got an announcement in like 15 seconds of Link as a kid, but that's not gameplay footage. So, I'm more excited for Wolverine because we've actually seen Wolverine. The gameplay looks fucking sick. It looks visceral and bloody as shit. And, you know, having played Spider-Man, they're great at making superhero combat, so... I'm gonna let him kill me. I just want to get my runes. I think for this particular summon, this particular fight, I'm gonna summon the Mimic here. Just fuck this guy. If he's gonna summon all this bullshit, then I can summon. I mean, and you can literally ask Alex, I almost never summon in any of these games ever. But if you're gonna be fucking lame, then I'm gonna go right there with you.
Greetings, are you here for spirit tuning?
I wonder, would it be better to upgrade Black Knight Tish or do Mimic Tear? Hold on. Because I've heard a lot of people say that Black Knight Tish is the best summon in the game. Like, I actually never used her, but I've heard a lot of really good things about her. Well, for this particular fight, Alex, which would you recommend? That I go for Mimic Tear or for Black Knight Knife Tish? I had enough to...
I feel like I'm really coming to grips with spirit tuning of late. I can see how and why immortal essence exists. A spirit under the Golden Order. I can understand their yearnings. What they become drawn to. Master Hugh said it himself, actually. That I'm no mere apprentice any longer. Once again, I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Roderica, the certified spirit tuner.
Well, that's cool. I didn't know. I didn't know she would actually up her game, so to speak.
Oh, don't pay me any mind. It's not important. Just lay out your arms. The girl has come a long way. As ever, time and technique have made her stronger. 'Tis good to see. An imprisoned monster does not deserve an apprentice.
Hugh is such a cool dude, man.
But I've gone soft. And it isn't easy.
Yeah. Either Hugh or the Giant Smith from Dark Souls 1. He's really good. You haven't played Dark Souls 1, but you meet him outside of the Undead Parish, and he's a super friendly giant. He's like, I help anytime. Oh my god. I can't even summon Black Knife Tish because I don't have enough FP. Oh, that's funny. Hold on, I have to be able to up my shit. I'm a fucking warrior, man. I don't do any of this wizard shit. But I should be able to get the right amount quickly. Hold on. Or maybe not. Oh, actually, also, while I'm here, let me look at Rivers of Blood. It scales off D in Arcane, D in Dex, E in Strength. What kind of smithing stones does it use?
Well, I took you no matter to lay out your arm.
Well, I guess I'm doing Mimic here.
Greetings, are you here for spirit?
Back already, no matter.
It takes somber smithing stones. And then you said that you liked... I'm actually kind of looking at different things for builds. You said you liked Morgoth's Blade, I think. I never really fucked with his either. And if I have to respec my character, I can. I have like 8 Umbral Tears. So it's C in Dex, D and Arcane. Yeah, I mean, I'll try it.
Now, let the word.
Okay. Okay, I'll fuck with that in a bit. Right now, I'm just focusing on killing that boss. So what would you say overall is your favorite weapon in Elden Ring, Alex? Oh, fuck off. And I've also heard people saying Nakibaya. How do you say it? Nakakiba. I don't know, man. I kind of really like the backhand blades from the DLC. They're really fucking good. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen them, but they're some of the fastest weapons. They almost remind me of weapons from Bloodborne. I know why people like Nakiba. It's got a really long fucking blade. Shit. Actually, what are the stat differences? Yeah, apparently Nakiba has actually better stats for Dex. I'll have to consider that. I also look into Morgoth's Blade. You just have a limited amount of resources to upgrade your shit with. So... I want to be careful before I make a decision, you know what I mean, to allocate resources. Because I think there's only like 20 ancient dragon stones in the entire game. Cross Naginatas. I have to look into that. I'm trying to diversify my playstyle a little bit. Woo! High five for me. Yeah. There's the holy tree. And now I think I need to give the veteran's prosthetic to Millicent. Or, hold on. By the way, I need to go back to the lift of rolled. Is that I wanted to get the consecrated snowfield so I could get the last map chunk. Yeah. Well, I mean that as well. Ah, fuck. Okay, I did the right one. I think I did. Nope, fuck. Okay, I'm looking at the wiki. Yeah. Well, they wanted to make you go out of your way to get to the lake tree. The lake tree technically is the game's post-game dungeon. And even in the lore of Elden Ring, I mean, technically you can do it before you beat the game, but it's really designed for you to do it after you've done everything else. But, even in the lore of Elden Ring, is heard the tree is super secret and hard to get to. So he said, dual wield the cross Naginatas, dual wield them with bleed, and then melt people. Okay, I'll have to look into that. Oh yeah, I forgot you have to go through a catacomb. Yeah, I totally forgot about that. You have to go through a dungeon just to get to the snowfields. I also wanted to come to the consecrated snowfields because the tunnel in that region is where you get the stuff to max out your weapons. Highest stones. So I need that for upgrading my weapons to the highest levels possible. He jumped off the ledge and killed himself. What the fuck? That's hilarious. Yeah, and the snowfield doesn't let up till you get to a certain point in the region. I forget where. I think the river. Yeah, I'm following the guide, make sure I get all the quests. Okay. I'm gonna go back though. There's actually a hidden thing in this area, and I think it's the last death route. Yeah. God, that's fucked up, man. How'd you know to do that? There's another path to see. You're walking around over there. Fuck, man. Okay, so we're just gonna have to do. Oh my fucking god! Trial and error. That is so fucking lame, man. See, certain things like this in Elden Ring, it's fucking bullshit. Okay, somebody made a guide showing you the path. That's just fucking lame. No wonder I wouldn't find that. No wonder you didn't find that. How would you know? Well, I sure hope I can just jump in this random pit. Miyazaki! The beast type quivers. You know what? Fuck you. Your mom quivers when I touch her. That's who. Yeah, that was a bit out of pocket. And somebody on Reddit said death to a root and holy tree and path. And he said my queef is quivering. I'm sorry, dude, that's fucked up, dude. The queef quivers. Man, the Souls community is just demented. I think somebody made a video showing the path. Hold on. Yeah, sure, why not? Man, he's a rat fucking bastard. Okay, hold on. Oh, I couldn't even land. Oh, God, fuck this shit, man. Do I have rainbow stones? I might drop some for my own sake. This is some fucking bullshit, man. Let me ask. How the fuck were you supposed to know to take this exact path, man? This is some actual fucking bullshit. Can I make rainbow stones? Oh my fucking god. Well, okay, at least I know the path now. Oh boy. But see, dude, that's fucking ridiculous, man. It shouldn't be trial and error of just jumping off a ledge to see if you're gonna fucking survive, man. Ah, fuck. Oh, great, and the stones don't fucking respawn either. Phenomenal. Oh my fucking god. Seriously, another mimic terror? That's kind of... think that might be the last death route that I need to finish this quest.
I won't forget. Again, mine apple I must. More. I am not sated. Feed me. More feed me.
Hey, let me rest. I thought that was it. No, I guess I'm missing one. Hold on. Okay, the last one is in the Giant's Mountaintop Catacombs. Okay, you know what? Let me just go there. I've already found that cave. Yep, you can do that then. So I can say I finished that quest. Fucking traps, dude. Seriously? Ah, whatever. Seriously, fucking suicide bomber pots? Man, what the fuck? I didn't know fucking Al Qaeda was hiring pots now. I mean, something's gotta be switched to open the door. Oh, motherfucker. Ah. Killed by your own trap. Fuck you. The layout of this place is so fucking confusing. Alright, give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Oh. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a short break to get something to eat, and then I'll be back. I'm hungry. I haven't eaten all day. Thank you for watching. Whoever's watching, you should like, comment, and subscribe, or I will find you and kill you.